Hello, and welcome to another episode of Manifest Actual Play. I'm Tommy Cotton, and with me, as before, we got. Oh, wait, you guys have played musical chairs. Someone's name in the Discord is not the name it's supposed to be.
I did it. It's me.
We're doing a fun.
Hey, everyone sees.
Oh,
Stop decision. Who am I? Who am I playing? Tell me.
While Addie's fixing that, I'll start with some announcements that I know, which is, as you may notice, the person who is currently labeled as Dan Barron, who is actually Roman Mylan, is joining us from not his usual setup. He is
beautiful New Orleans, Louisiana.
Yeah, he's on the road.
Where it has rained for the past 2 days.
Oh, nice.
Ooh.
Great. Just because you came, it did it for you. It rolled out the red carpet. Roman,
the wet carpet.
His audio quality might be a little different than everyone else's. If you in the chat have trouble hearing him or anything, let me know. I can adjust his setup. It's it's new. Okay, so that's the one thing I know, and now I can say that as I am Tommy Cotton, with me as always we got Dan Barron, Addie Gia, Seth Lilly, Roman Mylan, and we're here to bring you another episode of Manifest Actual. I think I've vamped for long enough. Addie, I'm going to pass attention to you for any other announcements.
I've got it together today. The first thing is that it's March now, y'all, month 3, or if you're counting, month 15 of 2020. I don't know. Anyway, and every month we have a new organization or charity that we are highlighting for their great work in general. And if you have the bandwidth, money, platform, or time to support any of these organizations, we greatly appreciate it, and they're organizations that we support ourselves. March is National Women's History Month. I say with a question mark because I don't know if history is in there or not, but I think so. And so we have chosen out of the myriad of organizations and charities that help and advocate and support women. Oh no. We've chosen the National Women's Law Center. And Dan wrote me a wonderful little concise blurb. However, I would have to log on to Google on my phone for it. So instead, you get a good old pure Addie talk about it.
We tried so hard to get her ready.
But the National Women's Law Center, or National Women's Law Center, we're here already, is a wonderful organization that's started in the early 70s to support and advocate for women through the legal system. They're a large force behind a lot of the Roe v. Wade defenses and Title IX. In addition, and they also are the main driver behind the Time's Up movement, all of which are wonderful and desperately needed efforts in our American society. So if you would like to help them out, you can go to nwlc.org. They have a really easy to read and follow website. They've got a big donate button on the right hand side, and then also an action button where you can get a lot of resources to help you find ways to advocate and help your own communities through their sort of like vetted and otherwise supported ventures. So go to nwlc.org and check them out. They're great. See, I got through that just fine. Another announcement is that we are all over the social media, and you can find us at Manifest the RPG on Facebook and Instagram, because we're totally on Instagram, and I'm going to keep on saying it, and eventually it will be super true. And then also Manifest RPG on Twitter. We've also got our little social media handles, I think, on this side over here, for those of us who have personal social media handles that we are willing and able to share for our presence. And you can always connect with us there if you want. And Tommy has just launched his own little Twitch stream and TikTok, which is blowing up. So you can find him at that social media handle, which is the Jolly Poncho. And you can go follow him. He plays video games and stuff.
Oftentimes, I will say, with Addie and I destroying ranked Valorant, using some big guns and getting some big wins.
Yeah.
It's true that we do play with him.
The bigger the gun, the bigger the play.
Absolutely.
Also, the first couple episodes of this campaign are now up on YouTube, so you can go and watch them there if you missed any of our episodes. Also, all of last season is up and watchable, and we're looking to get access to audio files and potentially putting them up as a podcast soon, but not yet. So that's on the horizon as well. We've been playing with the idea of some merch. We have a couple of designs, but nothing yet as far as like anything available for purchase. If you have an idea for merch that you'd love to see, throw it in the chat. Let us know. Maybe we'll make it happen, because anything could happen. And speaking of the chat, Tommy's going to tell you about...
I'm going to hit allow on this thing in the chat, and I'm doing it as a gift to Rome. Because
channel points.
There you go, Rome. Message in the chat got held automatically because I had the word skank in it. Because Roman is a big fan of ska. It just says Skank Nation in the house. Yes. Roman is a big fan of ska, and Skank is a ska turn. All right. So, speaking of chat. Oh, well. I see things have begun. +1 grit to Gus. +1 grit to Eloise.
Pick it up.
If you're wondering what's happening right now, in the chat, you'll notice that you have, as viewers, you have channel points, which we call viewer grit. And you can spend that grit to give to influence the game. Right now, the ways you can influence the game is by giving grit to the players. Grit in Manifest is an expendable resource that players can use to augment their roles and succeed with flying colors, things like that, or avoid terrible consequences. And you as viewers earn channel points and then can spend those channel points to give grit to the players. But you can also give grit to me, the GM. And you'll notice very quickly that there is a small cap on the amount of grit you're able to give players throughout the session, but a much larger cap on what you're able to give the GM. And also giving the GM grit is cheaper. And if you think about it, every time I have to spend grit to mess with their stuff, then they get grit. So it's like buying grit for them at a discount. Just saying.
I really hate that rephrasing. I really hate it.
It's pure Reaganomics, and I will not stand for it.
Trickle down grit. Anyways,
argue the for side of this.
I
spend all my grit all the time. Give me grit however you can, even if it's through Tommy.
All right.
We need a grit stimulus. Whether it's 2,000 or 1,400 grit, we need it now. Bipartisan or no.
So the session has already begun, and Argitlam has hopped in the chat. Argitlam, who apparently, according today, has subbed for 14 months. Thanks, Argitlam, for the subs. Basically, I think probably like absolutely the most like loyal viewer when it comes to subs. I think it's fantastic. We really appreciate the support. Argitlam has spent channel points, and each of you gets 1 grit from Argitlam.
Thanks, Argitlam.
Gotta live like a king.
All right. So yeah, when you spend channel points to give grit in the chat, I will get to it. I have a little tracker here that lets me know when they're coming. I might continue their narration of a scene, but I got it right there. I will see it when it comes. Don't worry. You submit that grit and we take care of it. But that's all we got for channel points. I guess the other thing worth noting is you'll notice there's fun emotes and stuff. You can spend channel points to unlock cool emotes and put up faces of all these characters. And if we get more people to subscribe, we'll get more emotes. And Dan won't feel left out anymore because his character is the only character that doesn't have an emote because there's only 3 slots right now. So just keep that in mind. All right. But we have lots to get into, a very fun episode coming. So before we jump into the actual play, let's go ahead and take our minds away to the world of Manifest and watch some cool character art in the process. All right. So, last we left off, these 4 drifters met in the iconic settlement of Waypoint and took a job to transport some high-tech supplies to the small town of Las Viudas. On the way there, they encountered some opposition from some bandits with strong illuminated powers. But they came out on top and made the trek all the way to Las Viudas, able to deliver the long-range communication tower repair parts. Las Viudas for some time has been without long-range comms, so this is a great boon to them. And they immediately ingratiated themselves to at least the sheriff of the town, if not the town at large, when they just really just laid into a horrible person who was in the middle of town spewing a bunch of hate about illuminated people. That man's name is Derek Booth. He's still in town, but he is currently in the saloon. the saloon that I think at least some of the drifters, if not all of them, are heading into. The supplies were delivered, and Porter set up shop in the middle of town for a little bit to sell some of his wares. Porter, if you want to join everyone in the saloon and not just have to be like away hawking your wares to, nameless townies, we can say that you had the shop up for a little while and then joined your party. And I'll what is the cheapest item in your shop that you would sell?
Cheapest item? Probably just like random chapbooks.
Okay. So something that small, you'd have to sell them in like a big bulk thing.
Probably a bundle, yeah.
So go ahead and let's have you roll a manipulate test.
Alright.
To basically talk up like these little like stories that you have bundled up. And you can like, without having to like sell someone like a full machinery cube or a tech cube, you can give them like a little bit less, but also like throw in these books to like round it out and make it like a fair deal. So yeah, go ahead and
is this my first impression?
It
of
is
this town?
Yes.
Right.
Mitt, you've met for sure 2 people in this town.
That's 3 hits.
Okay. What is your highest?
Highest is 9. Yes.
Okay, how many over a 4?
I'm the aggressor, so 2.
Okay, yeah. So you can get a spur from that. You're able to you can remove the little books from the okay, cool.
From their container.
Yeah. From their container. You sell it, you get a spur. Everyone else is browsing. They're a little interested, but no one's buying right now. They seem interested. The other thing you get, like, how many net successes did you get over a 4?
2.
2. So like you don't get like a whole lot of like super interest, but you do get people who like have pleasant conversation with you and seem to you get like kind of sometimes people are like, hey, this is a nice shop, nicer than some other shops I've seen. And like they're all like kind of throwing you like little like verbal handshakes for being like, thanks for being mean to that other guy who was selling stuff in the middle of town. We don't like him. We like you a lot more. So and they're like, a lot of them ask like, you're gonna be in town for a little bit, right? Okay, I'll swing back by before you leave. Like that kind
What's
of thing.
What's the name of the person who seems most excited to come back and visit?
That person's name is Miranda.
Miranda, sure. Perfect.
She's eyeing one of your tonics that you have for sale.
I've got 1 or 2 of those.
Yeah. She's impressed. She just like, she's not like a medical person or anything like that, but she does seem interested in like, she asks you, she at least knows enough. She's like read a book or 2 and she knows enough to like ask you questions to see what the quality of them like are. And so like she seems interested and she's like, oh, I might come back. Passes on.
For a higher price, I could custom make a tonic for you if you're looking for anything in particular.
Nothing in particular. It's just going out there. I mean, you got any antitoxins?
Oh, antitoxins. I don't have any in stock at the moment, but shouldn't take but a night to whip up if you're. Well, are you traveling in the town or do you live here?
I live here, but I do work at the mine, and on occasion, we hit a pocket of squonks, and their bites are something fierce. An antitoxin would be something to be appreciated, I think.
Well, I'll see what I can rustle up for you.
Right. If before you leave town, there's an antitoxin up on that shelf, I may just have to buy.
Good to know, Miranda. Perhaps we can do business a little later on.
Pleasure making your acquaintance, Mr. Porter.
Likewise.
Or Mr.
Likewise.
Janus.
Janus, yes. Mr. Porter works too. That's also my name, but.
And then she goes on her way. You're able to close up shop. The rest of you were heading into the saloon at the end of last session. You, as you approach the saloon, it's a pretty large building. It also looks like, not like ancient or anything, but it's way older than a lot of the other buildings in here. It's sturdy, but definitely like an aged building with a lot of miles on it. As you walk up, you step up onto the patio and you see there's like a little sign with like curly like letters that's like faded from like the wind and sand that says Las Viudas Fountain. As you walk in, you realize it is a pretty large saloon as far as saloons go, but it's also pretty poorly furnished. The space isn't particularly well used. There's a lot more open space than is really required given how small the town is and how much traffic there is. You could perceive it would have. The main room of the saloon has a tall ceiling and a wraparound balcony walkway that attaches to what looks like probably about somewhere around half a dozen rooms. There's a broken looking piano. It's at very least out of tune. It looks like it hasn't been used in a long time. And it's sitting up on a slightly elevated stage to the right. It looks like the stage hasn't been used in some time. There's a lot of like rickety, like dusty chairs kind of propped up against the wall on the back of the stage. And then on the opposite side, to the left as you enter, on the opposite side of the saloon, there's a couple tables with what looked like from afar some stone-hewn custom-made Pio sets. Pio being a game of strategy, a simple kind of board game. And then to the immediate left of the entrance, as you walk in, you do notice there's 3 cacti set up against the wall nearby one of the windows. And there's chalk markings on the wall with dates that appear to be marking or tracking the growth of these cacti. And each cacti is in a large pot with a metal label, like with a name stamped in it. One cacti has a sign that says "Old Bastard." Another one says "Sit on this," and another one says "Frida's Lover." And then your eyes are drawn immediately to the bar itself, which is dead center in the saloon in an oval shape that like runs almost the length of the saloon itself. Behind there, as well as a bar, you see there's like an open concept kind of like kitchen, basically, with like grills and fryers and stuff kind of there nearby the bar. And then like a sign with like some drink prices, and you do see like kind of going from the cacti up to there, you see that you can pay. There's like a betting pool on these cacti. You don't at a glance you might be familiar with the concept of cactus racing, but you see that there's basically like part of the chalkboard and in the bar has like who's in the lead as far as height goes, what the bets are, what the odds are, and when the harvest is, when they're going to harvest these cacti to make what looks like some of the food. Because when you look, there's a food menu on the chalkboard also, which has a few different things, including several cacti-based meals. And then one of the things on the drink menu you also notice is chalked in there, putting in, you can pay a spur to write, to put 3 entries in for the cactus names for the next season. Oh, one final thing as you get a little bit closer in, you do notice there's a lot of old photographs framed all over the walls, like just throughout. And there's like one that's a little bit bigger and a little bit more clean that's like nearby the stage. I guess you also noticed Eric Booth. He's in the corner. He's drinking a drink. He looks like he's writing a letter. He glances up and like sees you guys and immediately goes back to like pretending you don't exist.
Who's behind the bar?
There is a young man who looks up and like gives you a nod as you walk in. He's wearing a bowler, or he's not wearing a bowler cap. He's got like his hair cropped nice and short, and you actually see on his forehead a couple patterns seemingly drawn in ash. And he is pouring a drink for someone who takes it over and like sits in one of the booths further away from the bar. And then as the four of you approach, he looks up and like you see him realize he's never seen you before. And he goes, "Welcome to Las Viudas. What can I get you? Drinks? Company for the night? Rooms?"
Well, certainly some drinks and perhaps something to snack on. Any kind of exotic juices or anything that you have there? Anything other than water to drink that's not, impairing mentally?
Oh, we got a few different interesting mixers from some of the berries up in the hills nearby. We can I can whip you up something. Go ahead for the four of you. Let's go ahead and call it a spur for starters. Everyone can get a drink. I'll make a fruited drink for this fella here. Everyone else, anything?
A big beer favorite cocktail.
Already starts like muddling some of the berries.
How dare you?
Anything you like. First round's on me.
Oh, yeah. I'll just have like, I don't know. I'll just have like a light beer, and then I don't know. Could you tell me about the friends?
The friends?
Yeah, the friends you got.
He looks around.
You said you had. You said you had some company for us.
Got it. Oh yes. We got clean men and women. They well, a couple of them you can see, and he points. There's a few people in the bar who are a little more like scantily clad, like open shirts, like thin cloths, and they're like kind of off in a corner right now. Like a couple of them are playing cards and like drinking, and then a couple of them are talking to other guests. You'd say like in total about 5 to 7 act like walking around right now, and beyond them there's about like 6 to 8 other patrons in the bar.
Oh, yeah, they certainly do look interesting.
Yeah, well,
Maybe
if
we'll
you're
play
if you're
cards
looking for
somewhere.
company overnight, it will be an additional 2 spurs. If you're just looking for a short spell in one of the rooms, it can be a spur and some drinks.
I don't know. What do y'all think? I mean, we could all hang out, but it's always nice to meet someone new.
He like smiles a little bit at that, and then looks to the other 3 like, is
Eloise is like blushing real hard.
Elise, you okay?
Yeah, no, I'm fine. No, I'm fine. But if you I think, I mean, we've been traveling together, right? Guess so we could just like maybe later, right? With the whole friends thing. Rat Porter.
Oh, what do you mean, Eloise? I'm not sure. Like, just the 4 of us hanging out. What's wrong with having some new friends?
They're talking about sex.
Oh my God, Eloise, what?
I mean, she ain't.
Why are you talking about sex?
She ain't wrong.
That kind of company is what I'm saying, my friend.
He kind of like leans his elbows on the
it's
bar
like
and
a
leans
sex
up
company.
to you. Leans up to you, Gus, and is like, "Where are you from?"
Oh, I'm from Girly Farm.
Yeah, that ain't nearby, is it? Like nearby anything?
No, it's yeah. I mean, it's nearby and within the Winona Valley, and that's sort of it. Oh, well, there's like a couple other farms nearby. Maybe you heard it. Yeah, you probably. Yeah.
How about I just start you with a drink
Yeah.
for tonight, my friend?
That sounds good. I might go play some game or watch the cactus or something. Thank you.
He hands you a beer, finishes making Porter's drink, makes whatever Eloise and Dex want to drink for their first round.
Water.
And then he goes, food. We got a hell of a menu up here. Food's always fresh cooked, nice and clean.
Well, tell you what, we'll take some of those valley root fritters, and then maybe what's your favorite cactus dish?
I like the plates myself.
I'll take a plate of cactus as well. Another spur for that, then.
And he takes that. Starts throwing some stuff on the grills, getting stuff going, and you guys have free reign of the bar. Gus, you were saying you were thinking about going to play some games, or were you just like trying to get somewhere else? You're just gonna go stare at the cactus.
Yeah, no, I mean, I think he goes and sort of like looks at the cactus for a few seconds, and then he's like, yep, I guess I don't know what I was expecting. And then he goes and plays. Not really a spectator sport, cactus racing. Then he goes and plays. You just said it. What's it called?
Pio.
Pio.
Goes and plays a little bit of Pio.
So you go and set up a Pio, but Pio is a 2-person game. So Gus is heading to the Pio boards.
Yeah, I'll play Pio with Gus.
Sure. So Gus and Dex sit down at a Pio board. Basically, each player has a certain number of pieces. There's 3 different types of pieces. They all move in different ways along predetermined along paths that they can choose. And there's basically, God, what is it? 3, 6, 9, 12, right?
Mm-hmm.
No, it's the one more. It's 18. It's 18 zones, right? Yeah, because it's 3 per sector. So there's 18 zones that they have to basically fight over. First to capture 10 zones wins the game. And Gus and Dex, they begin setting their pieces down on the board, taking them from a little bag next to the side and placing them, and are able to start playing Io while they drink. Eloise, Porter, what are the 2 you get into?
I'll take Eloise to a table if she'll sit down and have a chat.
Sure. Yeah. No, I mean, sure. I don't have anything other planned, so.
I wasn't trying intentionally to embarrass you with Gus, by the way. I'm sorry. I was taking a little bit of the piss. So I apologize. I'm sorry.
Oh. No, it's fine. I didn't want to. I'm not embarrassed. No, but I didn't want to embarrass Gus, but cause he doesn't seem to know so much about civilization, whatever. So I just was thinking maybe that I would someone would tell him, and then I couldn't tell him.
I wasn't sure whether or not he actually didn't understand what was happening. I thought he was just very politely asking for the company for the evening. Could have been. Not likely.
You think he was? Do you think I ruined it by
No, I don't. I'm sorry. No, that's not what I meant. I'm sorry.
No, it's fine. I just, as long as nobody's embarrassed, then it's fine. So
no, certainly not you.
Yeah, no, I said that.
Right. How's the drink, by the way? Mine's excellent.
It's okay. It's it's too spicy, I guess. It's not it's not hot spicy, not Scoville levels of spice, but more when something has a lot of alcohol in it and it hurts your mouth, that kind of spicy. That's
right. They do make their drinks a little bit stronger. There's far out into the Badlands, I think.
I mean, that's probably true. It's not actually that expensive to make alcohol, and so if you're if you have I imagine a small town like this, and then nothing to do, and then make things exciting by encouraging bad decisions or something.
Why
I don't know. Not that that's what I didn't choose that for this. I didn't know it was that it alcoholic.
Oh no, certainly not.
No.
Do you think this is cactus liquor?
Probably.
It's kind of Like
it's sort of like a theme in here, so probably.
it is. I've never done cactus racing myself, but I think I get the general gist. Like you just travel from once you come back from traveling, or if you just decide to live in a place for a long time, you're trying to hit a certain mark and you get money if you do.
I don't know. I don't really get it.
No.
Exactly. Because
Fair enough.
well, I mean, like I sort of get it, but there's no scientific basis to it. Like, do they use different like fertilizers? Is it like seeds?
Right.
Like, is it just like, oh, I've named this one July, so like now it's my favorite? Like, what is it that like makes it any sort of differentiation? Like, at least if you're like, doing like jackalopes or something like that, or like maybe even Ache racing, like there's like different builds that you could get where like one's like louder and faster, and then the other one's like more like have more power to them and like stuff
Also,
like that.
are they watering them all at the same time as well? Are they doing the same? Like, are they measuring each water to make sure that it's exactly whispering sweet nothings to it in the middle of the night? I don't know.
Methodology, or is there like anyway? So I don't understand.
Fair enough.
That there's not enough data.
As you guys are like observing and like trying to like figure out how it works based on what's on the chalkboard above the bar, you do realize it looks like there were 4 cactus names at one point, and one of them was erased.
Can we tell what it is, or has it been really well erased?
It's been really well. Like, I mean, it's not really well erased, but it is smudged together.
Sure. All right.
Looks like
or they
maybe
like when they run out of cactus, they cut the shortest one out and then make it the next cactus. But like, wouldn't you want the one that like grows the biggest to like do that? Because then like it lasts longer.
You would think, or maybe the next generation wouldn't be quite as big.
Economics, and then that's a whole different thing. Like, what if you came in and just ordered a whole bunch of cactus to like eat and drink and whatever, and then all of a sudden, or somebody accidentally like knocks over like a whole barrel of cactus alcohol, then it's like, that's like tampering. It's just, it doesn't make any sense to me, really. I just, I feel like there's other things that you could like, you can make like you could race like stick, like those little rings that you hit with sticks, but with hoop snake. You could go there's hoop snakes around here, right? So you could just do that instead. That seems much more reliable.
But even that, right? Not every hoop snake's going to be the same length, therefore the diameter will be different for each thing.
You can't tell that from a seed and a cactus, but you could tell that from like a baby hoop snake if it's like
that's true,
guy, right? You could be like, that guy's slow.
So some might say this is the purest form of gambling, right? Because there are so many factors that could play into the outcome that you have absolutely no science to it. You just have to say it's going to be this one, and I like the name of it, so that's what I'm picking.
Yeah, but then the gambling's just, hey, if or heads or tails, like it's all emotional. It's all emotional, right?
Fair enough. Is that so bad?
When money's on the line, I suppose it is, right?
I don't know that I've ever spent any money in my life that didn't have to do with some sort of emotion. It's very difficult to be purely logical with money.
Mm-hmm.
Eloise takes a big sip of her drink.
I mean, unless you just have so much of it that you don't really have to worry about it. But who's like that?
Mm-hmm.
Meanwhile, Dex and Gus, 2 of you have sat down at Pio. Let's just go ahead and have you both roll just a straight reasoning test for me.
Friggin' titans of academia.
This is an opposed roll between the 2 of you. This is an attribute only test.
How many dice are you rolling on this?
You know it's 1.
Yeah, I'm wondering if this might be a tie.
It's an even match, I'll say that. Well, I do have a reliability because of my 2.
Same.
Nah.
No success.
Well, thankfully, reliability cannot activate a grave misfire.
Oh, okay. So your reroll gave you a 20.
Yeah.
Okay, cool. Yeah, you both play a good game. And I'm gonna roll a die here.
That's charitable.
1 to 10. It's Dex. I rolled a 2, so Dex wins. Yeah. So Dex and Gus, you spend some time. You're just, I mean, you guys are basically, you're talking while this is going on. You're not like super, or I don't know. Are you guys having a casual conversation, or are you both thinking about the game and like quietly like strategizing and both just being bad at the game?
No,
Nah.
I'm certainly not putting on any airs about my Pio ability. I'm aware that I know
Yeah.
the rules of the
That's-
game and not much else.
Yeah, Gus is thinking, but like he doesn't think quiet. And also he doesn't like, he's sitting across the table from his friend. He's just playing a game for talking. He's never been much good at Pio.
Yeah. So, what happens on accident is Dex is able to round the wagons, which is when you get all of the zones on the outside and then block the connectors to all the different zones, basically trapping the other person in a very limited amount of space to work with. And when he does that, like he just is like, oh. And he just like starts taking over the places that he already has. And like where he already has people, because he's completely accidentally blocked, like trapped Gus in a small area. And it's just like, oh, okay, I captured that. That's game.
Ah, dang. All right, that's a good one, Dex. God,
Yeah.
I've never been much good at this game.
Me either, typically.
Yeah? How'd you learn?
No. I learned on the peak from people who were very good. And the teaching of the game was secondary to the winning of the game for them.
Oh man. That seems sort of mean. You can't teach someone something if you're too worried beating them about it.
The thing about being up there is sometimes it is, or I guess at least it was, sometimes hard to tell what the actual lesson was. At least in the early days. So, like, sometimes the lesson is how to play Pio, right? But sometimes the lesson is how to handle yourself against someone who doesn't care at all about you.
Ah. Oh, well, that's so interesting. When I played Pio, it was just Pio. I don't know. I guess it feels like a waste of a lesson if someone shows you how to do something but doesn't tell you what it is or why, or really how. Like if someone said, "Hey, we got to harvest these crops," and then just sort of does it but doesn't tell me what they're doing, then they might as well have just not bothered, right? But I guess if you learn later why they did it, then it comes back around. I don't know. The peak just sounds so different than what I'm used to.
It is very different than a farm, I imagine.
Yeah.
I mean, from what little you've talked about your farm, it seems like everything is sort of done out of necessity, right? Like you harvest the crops or you starve, or you like get the animals inside, or a storm gets them, or something like that. The peak is the gunslingers there are trying, I think, to teach people how to figure out how to be, and not always how to be. Huh. That's sort of revelatory for me.
Yeah, like I don't know, the way you sort of talk about, like, remember when you shot those bandits and I was real mad at you?
Yeah.
You just said, it's how I got to be when you put your hand on your gun. This is what you got to do. I don't know. You talk about that stuff the way I talk about, planting the crops or getting the animals in the barn. Something that has to be done. You've sort of found something for you has to be done, right? You got told there's something that has to be done, and now that's your thing you got to do.
I guess. I'd like to think it's not just because I was told. But
Order up.
Damn.
Got your
Oh,
food
yeah,
over here,
that's us.
everybody. I got this. Put a little extra gravy on the plate for the farm boy there, and a special garnish.
What is it?
It's like it looks like a little pepper.
Cute.
What? So what's this?
That's that's from our vines out back. Go ahead, give it a taste.
All right.
Roll a negate test for me.
What?
What? It could also be
Yeah,
endure.
it's 2
It could be
hits.
endure if you want. I don't know which is better for you. Oh, it looks like they're the same.
It's the same. Yeah, it's 2 hits.
Okay. It's spicy. But you are able to remain like more or less composed. You don't shrug it off like it's absolutely nothing. But like you bite into it and you're like your ears flush, your like cheeks flush, your eyes like kind of involuntarily like water a little bit. It's the spiciest thing you've ever eaten. But it's also like
Ooh,
it's also really good.
it is dang spicy. Oh my goodness. Oh, what's Oh, god dang, that's spicy. It's really good. I'll take 1 or 2 more if you're handing them out. But man, that's hot. It's good. Dex, you got to try one of these.
the the bartender sits there and like blinks a little bit and goes, "All right, Winona Valley. All right." And he puts 2 more on your plate, backs you up another beer, and he goes, "Name's Joe, by the way."
Dude, I'm Gus. I'm Gus Gurley.
Pleasure to meet you, Gus. Welcome to Las Viudas. You in town for
Well, thank you. I
for a
appreciate
while?
that.
Or you just drifting through?
I don't. Yeah, I guess. Oh God, yeah, I guess just drifting through. Oh, that's fun. Yeah, I guess. I don't know. We dropped off some LRC parts, and then that's gonna get fixed, and then we got to go back to Waypoint, and we get paid for the job, and that's gonna be fun. God, hopefully the way back is easier than the way here.
Well, you don't have much sunlight left. You and your friends interested in a room? We have a spare, and I mean, if you're willing to pass on a drink or two tonight, I can go ahead. You guys can get it, no extra charge.
Yeah, that sounds great. Thank you.
All right. You let me know when you want the keys. Go ahead and enjoy your food. It's better when it's hot.
Yeah, appreciate it. Hey, Dex, here's one for you. One for you, one for me. Cheers.
cheers.
Dex, I need you to roll either endure or negate.
I have 3 hits.
Yeah, Dex, you feel the pain, but Your training is enough that you are able to remain very composed. Your ears do get a little red, but you bite into it and you're like, you feel the pain, but you're able to just kind of compartmentalize the pain and then just like enjoy the flavors. So you bite into it and like are able to be like, it like flushes you with heat. But you're able to like control your breathing, not get it in your lungs or anything. And, probably still the spiciest thing you've ever eaten as well. But being from the Badlands, you're a little more used to spicier.
This is very good.
Right? Yeah. It's good. It's hot. It's good.
It is very spicy.
Yeah. Yeah, no, it is.
Yeah.
Y'all gotta try these.
What? Try what? Oh, gravy. And I'll take like a pinky full.
Just put your finger in my gravy, Porter.
Sorry. I did wash it yesterday, so it's probably fine.
Oh, well, that's fine.
Yeah, and I'll take one of the peppers. Why not?
Yeah, Porter, you I think are able
I
to
did not mean to start this whole thing.
Porter, you're able to identify this as a charoof pepper.
Charoof?
Charoof, Cherufe. It's named after a creature that is made of molten rock. Actually,
Oh, sure.
if you want to get technical about it with your 6 reasoning, it's not a creature. It's actually like an ecosystem of like bacteria that exists in lava, but like whatever.
It's a colony.
It's a colony.
Sure.
It's a sentient colony, you know.
A lava parasite, basically.
A microbe,
Yeah.
really, is what it is. You know, it's all right.
Like an anthill, but lava.
Oh,
Mhm.
a charoof. I've had one of these. Ooh. Eloise, I'm not sure. Well, if the drink and the alcohol in it is a little too spicy for you, I would guess this probably might be. Do you want to try it? It might hurt. Okay,
I don't.
sure.
Thank you. It's not that I don't like spicy things. It's that I don't like, testing fate so much. That whole because they come in like a range of different spice. So like one pepper might be like a little bit less spicy than the next,
That's
and then
true.
suddenly your mouth is on fire and your face puffs up and you can't breathe and you die. So
I heard about one that burned a hole in a guy's tongue. It happened. I'm telling you.
I don't think that that's accurate, but like I can believe you.
That's
heard
what I
it.
heard.
No, I believe you heard it.
Fair enough. And I'll eat mine then.
You can roll negate or endure.
I'll go with negate. Which dice seem the best for this? I think it's you.
The funniest thing is, I think Eloise is mechanically the best equipped to.
Oh
eat
no,
this
I can
spice.
definitely handle it. It's just like I don't want it.
Okay, all right. Well, I've got the grid, so I will play to the gallery only so that this is not a grave misfire this time.
What?
I know. Well, I spent grit so that it specifically wasn't grave this time. So
It's statistically improbable that you would do this much.
I'm also pretty good at this too. That's what's the worst thing.
It's an eating a pepper and burn a hole through your tongue on a grave, I guess.
Okay, so I did succeed twice, but it is a misfire.
Okay. Oh my god. All right. So you spent grit. I want to make sure we got this right. So you spent grit to undo a grave misfire?
Right, exactly.
So you did oh god, what's the grit
I rolled-
extinguisher?
I think he spent grit to
You
get
played to the gallery.
successes.
Yeah.
So that it
So
wasn't
that's
a
what
grave
happened. I
misfire.
played to the gallery. I
Right.
was able
So
to reroll
so here's
on
how
the
here's
reroll
how
and I
this goes,
succeeded.
Porter. You still
Right.
have grit left. You might be able to do something about that. But just so you know,
Mm.
the whether it is a grave misfire or not a grave misfire happens on the initial roll. Or sorry.
Oh, sure.
Yeah. And that's that. And then when you spend grit to augment your roll, You can get successes, but it is possible to have successes and have a grave misfire at the same time. The only way to undo undo misfires is the specific grit expenditure, which the name of which eludes me at the moment.
Scrape by.
Yeah, scrape by.
Scrape by.
You can spend grit to scrape by, which downgrades the severity of a misfire, either to nothing or just from grave to normal.
Then I only have one grit.
Well, you can succeed and have grave misfire, or you can succeed and have a misfire.
You can fail.
Or you can fail and have a misfire if you want.
But no matter what, it will be a grave misfire unless I scrape by.
Correct.
Yeah, I would rather keep my grit and hopefully have to use it later than go down to one for just this goddamn pepper. So I fail this one. It is a grave misfire.
Okay, cool. So Porter, wait, so you're not spending any grit at all. You're just failing and having a grave misfire.
Right.
Oh, okay. So Porter,
class 3 injury.
Go ahead and take 4 hit point damage. As you bite into the thing, and like you do the mistake, like you breathe in as you bite in, and just immediately like that fire shoots down your throat and into your lungs, and you start coughing, and that makes it worse. And then and you start stumbling around, Porter, and like it's too much. Like it's in your lungs, it's in your mouth. You weren't thinking, and you because you were coughing so hard, tears were running down your eyes, and you touch your eyes with you knock over your drink and it spills out when you're trying to get it. And Job immediately leaps over the bar and is like, all right, friend, come on, with me, come on. And he grabs you tight by the neck, and you're like coughing and hacking, like almost a little bit throwing up as you're like choking on
Here, Porter, drink this
on yourself. And
I hand him the cup of gravy.
Job already, as you reach out with it, Job's already like shoving Porter, like more lifting him than anything else, shoving him towards the bar. Everyone in the bar is laughing their ass off. This is what they thought was gonna happen to Gus. They were all so ready to watch this happen to Gus, and instead it's happening to you. But he leads you over to the bar, and he goes, all right, deep breath, 3, 2, 1, and then shoves your head into like a gallon of milk of Hodag milk that he has like set up at the end of the bar. And like he kind of like holds you in a little bit longer than you want, and then pulls you up and goes, all right, and then like takes a cup, scoops it into the gallon, and is like, drink this, all right. All right, just have a seat. I took you as someone from the Badlands.
I never had one like that. That was terrible. Why would you do that to a person?
Well, if you could see the look on your face, you'd get it.
I'm glad I can't.
Look, buddy.
Thanks, Job.
And he's like, no problem. And he sits down and he's like, entertainment's hard to come by. We raise cacti here.
Yeah. No, that was not pleasant.
Tommy, I want to make sure that one Mr. Derek Booth isn't laughing too hard at the man who just told him off publicly.
Yeah, he's laughing. He's gaining much pleasure from this. What do you do to try to put him in his place?
I'm just gonna give him a good old country glare.
Yeah, sure. Go ahead and roll intimidate. You can have a +2 because you guys already super intimidated this guy. So he's like, he's like takes off his glasses, is laughing with everyone else, and it's like he's like you see. I don't know if you're able to read this, but maybe I think Dex is at least able to read this, which is he's like doing the whole like I'm part of the community. See, like he's like trying to look around and get people to like laugh with him as opposed to him laughing with everyone else, and then his eyes lock into where Gus is. Gus, you are up against a 6.
Oh, well then I gotta spend the grit. Yeah, I'm playing in the gallery. I'm gonna go ahead and make that a I'm gonna go ahead and make that 7 count.
All right.
And that's all I got.
it-
My intimidate's a 6.
Okay.
My muscle skill points had other places to be.
Cool. So, yeah, you get the 1, and he's like, and then like as the laughter like dies down, he's like, "Hope he's all right," and then goes back to writing his letter.
I cheers him in the air and turn back.
He does not respond. He's trying really hard not to look at you.
Would you say that justice was delivered by the swiftest means possible there?
With Porter?
No. To Derek Booth.
Oh, yeah. Okay, yeah. I'll go ahead and that's good.
XP.
All right. And then the food at Porter, you're not able to enjoy the food. You eat a little bit. Your stomach, your lungs, your mouth, and your face is all on fire. That doesn't go away for some time. Gus, at some point, you're able to get the keys. And you guys, you have the run of the town. So it's all you. What do you do? The evening is coming. You're definitely staying here for a night.
If I can get the keys from Gus, I assume there's like a water basin or something that I can get this hodag milk off of me.
So you're able to do that. Basically, you go up into the room. It's got bunks. And there is like a basin for you to wash, but no like running water in the room. You have to go to kind of a communal like bathroom for that to get like the water to wash yourself in your room. So you go and you're able to like pour water into your basin, go back in your room and kind of clean yourself up. The numbness in your tongue and face persists through the night.
Sure. And can I start crafting an antitoxin for Miranda?
Absolutely. So Porter calls it a little bit early. As he goes to clean himself up in the room and start crafting. Yeah, go ahead and roll first aid. Antitoxin is a tier 1, so unless you're trying to make it, if you want to make it like a better one, you can. But if you're just making straight up tier 1, it costs 1 first aid cube, and then roll for it. And we'll see if you get it.
I'll up the quality. Is that just 1 more first aid cube?
No, so quality is going to be dependent on your roll.
Oh, on the roll? Perfect. Okay, sure. So that's 2.
While Porter is brewing up some tonics in the room, is anyone else doing anything for the evening? Or you guys you've had a big day?
Gus mentioned wanting to get a tattoo.
Oh no.
He's fallen out of his chair.
I think Roman disconnected temporarily. All right, he's back.
There we go.
Cool.
Yeah, Gus mentioned earlier wanting to get a tattoo. Dex would definitely talk to him about that a bit. I don't imagine there's anywhere in this town that I would feel like would give a good tattoo for my friend.
No, probably not. You didn't see anything that was. I mean, it's rare for a town to have like.
It's a very niche industry.
Yeah, it's most of the time. Basically, if you're gonna get a tattoo, it's gonna be at a carnival. All of the best tattoo artists in Manifest travel with carnivals. It's like it's a relatively common commodity at a carnival. It's one of the draws that they have. Very rarely do towns or settlements have tattoo artists. unless it's someone who used to work at a carnival.
Sure.
In the city, sometimes you can get like most cities have like, you know, a few dozen to a couple hundred tattoo artists scattered amongst them in their like in various neighborhoods. But most of those people still were either like they have ties to the carnival in some way.
Then yeah, I definitely want to ask him what he's thinking about then. Like during dinner or something when Porter retreats to the bedroom, debilitated by a pepper.
Yeah. So, yeah, I don't know. As I've been thinking about it, so it's tough because, you know, I was thinking about, about the triptych. Tommy, what was the title uh, um, of Timothy Middleton?
He was a minister, an ex-minister.
Minister.
But yeah, he was a minister.
Yeah, I was thinking about the minister that we came across in the desert, and I don't know. See, it's tricky because, like, in the triptych faith, it's important to remember someone's name long enough for the Undertaker to get to him. They bury him with the seed, the threefold seed that grows a plant that honors and remembers them. But that's sort of where their name is last spoken by the Undertaker. You're not supposed to speak their name after that, because it sort of lets them, it lets them enter sort of the energy of manifest and become a part of sort of the great cycle. And if you're saying their name, you're sort of keeping them back from that. But I don't know. It still feels like there ought to be some way to remember the people important to me. Maybe if it's a symbol, then are symbols like names, and would I be hampering them? I don't know. It's just it got me thinking about remembering the people that were important to me.
And it's not quite what our tattoos are, but it's a very similar thing.
What are
My-
your tattoos?
They tell my story.
Wow.
The best of us, you can look at their body and see who they are and what they've done and where they've been.
So interesting. So do they put it on you that way so that when you can't tell your story anymore, your body sort of can?
Nobody told me if that was it. But I like it.
Yeah, right. I guess I don't know. I guess they sort of plan, gunslingers sort of die eventually, I guess, and I guess they don't want the good things that you did to go unremembered or unacknowledged.
I always understood it as for us to remember where we've been and what we've done.
Huh. Well, wouldn't you just sort of remember? It was important enough to be in a tattoo. Surely it's important enough to just sort of remember it regular.
One's important enough for you to want to tattoo a symbol for them on your body. Surely it's important enough for you to just remember it then, yes?
Oh, well, dang, you flipped my words on me.
Sorry, that is a trick from the mountain.
It's a good one. Yeah, I never got that one. My sister got it every so often. She'd get one good on me. Yeah, I don't know. I guess maybe I'll think about it. I don't know. I guess I wish I could do something for them. You know, like I'm out here because they're not. I don't know. I guess I just hope I'm doing them right.
We haven't known each other very long, Gus, but I think we've known each other long enough. It's hard for me to imagine that you're doing wrong by somebody.
I appreciate that. That's kind of you.
And if you get a tattoo, you should go to a carnival.
Oh yeah, they got the tattoo people and everything. Oh my goodness, yeah, and like the strong folks. Oh, I want to go to a carnival. I haven't been to a carnival in like 15 years. Are they still doing the thing where there's a real big guy and he throws a woman way up in the air and she does like the flips and spins and he catches her?
I don't know. I've never been.
You never been? Oh, it's so cool. They do that. I tried to teach my sister to do that, and we were unable. She didn't let me hear the end of that one. Her ankle got messed up pretty bad for a while. But yeah, I'd love to go back to the carnival.
Eloise, what are you doing during this? You just kind of like silently listening to their conversation, or are you elsewhere?
No, that would be incredibly rude. Of course, I wouldn't be doing that. No. But instead, I am sort of like torn because I didn't want to be like, like anybody else. I would have like gone with them when they were like all like hurt and stuff. Because like then it was like, because being hurt is like pleasant, and then you're alone and it's real sad. But instead, so I was like, waiting the appropriate amount of time before I like make sure that like they're in a secondary allergic effects to like, like before, like the histamines like explode or something. And then like Porter's real sick and like dying or whatever. So I thought I'd give him some time. And then, so instead, I think I've just taken out my my little like sketchbook and am drawing the cactuses and like making like if I was to do this as an experiment, like how I could follow like a more scientific exploration of what like the best way to raise a cactus is, and like like how to sort of like genetically modify it through selective breeding in order to like make it grow faster and taller. Because I actually don't know if it's like weight that makes it, or like if it's just height, or like it seems very straightforward.
Do you want to place
like,
a bet? Breaking your train of thought. It's like, evening time. It's dark. The saloon's a little quieter. And the voice cuts like and start like you weren't ready for it. You didn't hear anyone behind you as you were working. You just kind of have been like sitting there like staring and like sketching and writing and everything. And you see a tall woman in her late 60s, it looks like, an old woman, but still like very strong in her stance. She's wearing like a very utilitarian padded like jacket and like high knee-high boots. They all are worn tight, sturdy looking gear. And her hair is braided in 2 braids and then like bunned at the back of her head. And she regards you with like a very hard face at first, and then she like it like softens into a nice smile. And she raises her eyebrows and goes, "A bet? You care to place a bet? Don't matter if you're drifting through. We'll hold your money for you."
How does it work?
Well, there's a few different kind of bets you can make. The one that's going to give you the biggest payout is which one's going to be tallest at the time of harvest, and then also big payouts for guessing exact heights at specific dates. You can do over under bets. You can really bet anything you could think of.
Oh, I don't think so. Thank you for offering. I don't, is there like, does the house get some of it though? Like the winnings, like is it paid out in portion?
Oh yeah, we make lots of money off the cactus racing. Frida Bauer, this is my saloon. And she reaches out a hand.
Oh, and I like sort of like wipe the like pencil like shavings off of my hand. And I'll like hi, I'm Eloise.
She shakes your hand. Her grip is firm, and then she goes,
Uh,
"Eloise, I ain't seen you come through Las Viudas before, and I must say, I mean, that's quite the getup you got there." She like eyes your like tech that you have, kind of built into your clothing.
oh, thank you, Frida. I'm Miss Frida. I made it myself. I actually I've been living past couple of years in Waypoint, and I sort of like help the LRC operator. Oh,
We lost the Roman again. Going back.
I help the LRC operator there from time to time, and he asked me if I could help transit the new parts for your tower, and then help Mr. Oh shoot, I wrote his name down.
Mr.
Mr.
Finley.
Finley, to putting it together. So I haven't been here before, but you're right.
If you're helping Mr. Finley fix the tower, what you doing in the saloon?
Well, he said he wasn't going to work on it till tomorrow.
Is that what he told you?
Is he working on it now?
Yeah, making all sorts of noise down that side of town.
Oh no. Miss Frida, I'm so sorry. I'm just gonna just hustle on over there for just a minute, see how that's going.
Well, it can-
I'll take a spur on the middle one, and I'll like take a spur out and put it down, and then like pack up my stuff and like bolt out of the thing. Pretty rapidly.
You hand her the spur. She goes, Job, sit on this. And she flicks like from across the bar, like ping, and the spur flies spinning up in the air, and Job catches it deftly. And she goes, for Miss, what did you say your name was, young miss?
I'm already gone. Out the door.
And so she turns and sees you're gone and goes, for the, I saw her. Yeah. I'm going to go see how things shake out with Mr. Finley. Mind the shop, Job. And she makes her way out onto the porch, following Eloise at a leisurely pace. Dex and Gus, you do see, like, basically, she shouts out, Job, sit on this. That catches your attention. And you see Eloise quickly run out of the saloon. And then you also see this elderly woman walk out after her.
Cool.
The elderly woman doesn't immediately strike me as like a real danger to Eloise's safety, but her sort of sprinting out of the bar does kind of like trigger my danger sense. Maybe like unnecessarily, but I look at Gus. I'm gonna go see what that's about.
Yeah, I'll come with you. Oh, yeah. I'm nervous. I remember the bandits.
Eloise, you rush out into the night, and as you kind of get partway downtown, you do hear like metals and sparks, like the sound of Finley working on the tower. And as you get there in a rush, you can already tell without having to roll, he's doing a piss poor job of putting this thing back together. He's got parts taken off that did not need to come off. Like you like looked at the gear in the crates, you know what you delivered to him, and he's like stripped down the entire tower. and maybe is trying to figure out where things go. And right now, at this exact moment, the sounds you're hearing is him trying to put a sensor in to a part that is supposed to have like a power source. But he's like trying to trying to make the sensor go into that like jack, and they're not compatible. That's not how it's supposed to go.
Right. Okay. Yeah, so I'll just flick on my mag belt and just walk right up to him, I think.
Dex and Gus, you catch up with the older woman in time for the three of you to stand there in the street and watch like Eloise like stop for a second, press a button on her belt, and then just like walk up, and like as she gets to the tower, her front leg goes forward, and then she just walks up the tower like that was the ground. And she goes, "Oh, I like her." And then she goes, "Oh, gentlemen."
Sorry, didn't mean to startle you. That's our friend she left in a hurry.
Well, hopefully she's about to get the LRC up and running. It's been weeks. Eloise, you get up there.
Howdy, Mr. Finley.
Oh, gee, what the? And he like drops his tool, and it like drops like not all the way down, but like cling, 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 like down like 2 levels. And he goes, "What the hell are you doing?"
Well, I thought you weren't starting till the morning. I see that you're putting in that power coupling in there, and I just wanted to help out.
You are what? You shouldn't be up here for one thing. What are you doing? What the hell? What do you even? What, you got a mag belt? You just carry around a mag belt? Get down! Oh my god! What are you doing here?
Well, I'm helping.
Helping?
Yeah, of course.
I said I will let you know if I needed any help. I don't need any help, all right? I got this well under control, all right? You are a courier. I'm the LRC operator.
Oh, no, I understand, Mr. Finley. I was just, I was coming up here because you looked like you were trying to put that sensor right into that power coupling a housing right there, and I knew that like they look very similar, and well, you know, if you put that in the wrong place and don't have the power coupling there grounded, that, you know, you could just like end up like exploding the whole thing, and then I'd have to make that trip all over again, and well, that did not sound like a great idea to me. And I knew it's just like because it's late and whatnot, so I just thought I'd walk on up here and just real quick just tell you what that you had obviously grabbed the wrong box and like were distracted with all the future plans that you had for this tower. And so I was just thinking that maybe I could do some of the itty bitty gritty work, and you could do all the important stuff like aligning the sensors at the top, you know, because that's a more dangerous, more masculine work.
Right, all right. First off, you don't call the shots around here, right?
Oh, no, of course.
What are you
not, Mr. Finley.
like 16? Well, you think you know more about LRC towers than I do? You don't even know what a power converter is. Get down from my tower before we have a problem. I'll go get the sheriff.
Oh no, yeah, okay, yeah, for sure. Go ahead, go get the sheriff. I'm sure that she'll be happy to help us all sort this out, you know, because I'm just offering my aid, and you're telling me that I don't know anything when I definitely do, and you don't really know me, and you're a little bit sour right now, which I think is pretty unwarranted for a gentleman like yourself.
Eloise, you can roll manipulate. Okay. Meanwhile, while this conversation is ringing down,
I am being loud.
The whole thing is loud and is echoing out into town a little bit. Dex and Gus, you stand shoulder to shoulder with Frida Bauer, who's just sitting there. This woman has her like arms crossed with like a grin on her face, and just kind of like watching the scene. And then she looks to you two and goes, "So you just gonna sit here and watch? You're not gonna help your friend?"
I don't know anything about LRC repair.
What you doing out here in the dark?
Now I'm just curious.
Yeah.
All right then. And she goes back to watching.
Sure beats watching the cactus races.
You got that right.
Sorry, I don't think we've been introduced. I'm Dexter.
Frida Bauer. And she shakes your hand.
I'm Gus.
Shakes your hand as well. He goes, now, hush, hush, hush. I want to listen.
So I'm gonna play to the gallery.
Okay.
I have currently an 11 high.
I have a 9.
Is he the aggressor or am I?
You are.
Okay, then I have 3 hits. Net hits. But I could have more if it feels like this is a person who really needs to learn his lesson about assumptions.
So you say all that, and he goes, Well, I am a gentleman. Right? It's just, you startled me is all. I wasn't ready for it. What are you sneaking up with someone in a tower? I could have died.
No, I mean, your rigging looks pretty safe. I looked at it before I just came
Well, I
up.
know how to do my rigging.
Well, exactly. You're a very competent man.
Frida says, ooh, this should be good. And you see Sheriff Levy is walking up to the scene, putting on like her jacket in the middle of the night, like seeming to have thrown on her clothes relatively quickly. And she goes, Frida? Yes? Care to enlighten me? Now you've gone and done it. Look, you got the sheriff all here. You brought the sheriff into this. We don't need to bring her into this. Look, all right, you want to help?
Didn't you just threaten to bring the sheriff into this?
All right, pipe down there. Well, there's a peanut gallery. Where's sheriff? Get your town in order.
I'm not from here.
Sheriff Levy goes, John, what? This fine lady was sent to us from Waypoint, Mr. Rockwell. I do believe she comes recommended. There gonna be a problem, John? No, of course not. No, it's just she startled me is all. I was just surprised. Sorry, I was surprised. John, you been drinking tonight? Well, I don't know what that has to do with anything. Well, you're pretty high up there, John. Maybe you just go ahead and rest up. You said you was going to take care of this in the morning. I said I was going to let people know when I was. You said you was going to take care of it in the morning, right? So go ahead. Looks like you got the work nice and started for Miss. I'm sorry, what was it?
Reynolds.
Miss Reynolds there. Now, Miss Reynolds, you know how to put this thing back together, yeah? You can continue the fine work that Mr. Finley started?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, well, then that settles it. She comes recommended from Mr. Rockwell. You have an issue with that. You send a message to Rockwell once the tower's up and running. John, come on down here. This is outrageous. What is the point of having an LLC operate?
I reach over real quick and just make sure that like his carabiner lock actually doesn't have the lock on it, and I just spin it real quick.
Well, it was tugging on me. I couldn't get the angle.
No, I know. I just thought that I'd give you a little bit of hand once you've fallen, and then like I get blamed for it.
Well, and he kind of sits there awkwardly holding the like sensor, and then like hands the like
I can take that for
the
you,
coil
sir.
of cords
I'll
over
wait
to
for
you.
it.
And then he like goes down, grabs his tool on the way down, and then like sits down on the ground and like stumbles a little bit, and goes, "All right, show's over. Go on back, Frida. What are you looking at? Damn fool. That's what I'm looking at, and I love it. All right. We've all had a good laugh. All right, Miss Reynolds will get the thing up and running. You let me know when you need me to hold a parcel for you, whatever you think I'm qualified for." And then he goes off to presumably where his home is. Sorry about that, Miss Reynolds. If you want to get a good night's sleep, I'm sure you can start in the morning if you like. Don't quite like the idea of you being up there in the dark.
Well, the dark don't matter much, but and my mag belt's got plenty of battery, so it gets it on kinetic. I'll explain it to you later. I'm sure that you don't want me shouting it at you, so I'll just.
I'd like it if all the shouting stopped.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
All right, Frida, your John show's over. All right then. Which you two fine gentlemen is going to walk me back to my saloon?
I'd be honored to, ma'am.
All right. She looks at your arm expectingly.
Yep. gives her the crook.
Takes your arm and walks down. She like as she takes your arm, she goes, "You're a big fella." Not that many people in this town I don't got to look down at. So then
chuckles and walks her back.
Yeah, she walks back and she goes, "Joe, get a drink for my new friend here, tall, dark, and handsome." And then,
oh shucks, oh that's sweet of you.
And then she retires to one of the rooms. Joe fixes you up a drink. Eloise, you're getting to work. Dex, what are you up to?
I'll like approach the LRC tower so I don't have to shout. I don't know anything about LRC repair, but if you need someone to hand you things, I'm also not very strong, but
I appreciate it. Thank you, Dex. I was kind of planning on checking in on Porter, making sure that like peppers can like dry out your skin real bad, and I was gonna let him use some of the lotion that I make. But I'm gonna be working on this probably all night, so I'd appreciate it if you could actually just give him this and tell him that he could use it, because it's gonna all that like peppers and then the hodag milk, and it's gonna be bad. So like if so to keep his skin from getting all like more ruddy. Then he could, anyway, if you wouldn't, that would be helpful.
This conversation is happening while Eloise is in like a squatted sitting position above Dex's head, like stuck to the wall. She's basically like Spider-Manning like over Dex's head while Dex looks up at her. And then Eloise, you're able to hand him the lotion.
Cool.
Sure. Do you want me to tell him it's from you?
If you think that'll make him more likely to use it. Otherwise, like, no, it don't matter. None. I don't care if he knows.
Porter, there's I guess probably not a knock on the door. The door just opens.
Right.
Porter, a while back I had you roll for crafting first aid. And before we resolve that roll, Eloise, go ahead and roll a tech roll for me at a -9.
Tech at -9?
It's unopposed. But you are working with extremely advanced technology.
Does it help that I have night vision goggles?
That will make it a -7.
Okay. And my Omni tool gives me a +1. So that's a -6. Jeez, give me a heart attack.
Is an LRC tower a gadget?
I get a +1 to either of them. So
I think it is a specialty item. It's a very large specialty item.
-5.
Porter, what did you get on your first aid roll?
I did spend grit on the roll to play down to the gallery so that my 13 exploded so the 12 exploded, and that got me 4 successes.
Is that your last? No, you didn't.
No, I've got idea. I wouldn't spend the last 2 grit on that,
How many successes did you say?
4.
Okay. Go ahead and take your grit back. It's a class 1 item. You only need 2 successes to succeed.
Oh, I thought the number of successes mattered for
the number of rolls determined the quality. So you were able to knock that out You knocked that out in 30 minutes.
Sorry, I misunderstood.
What did you do with the rest of your night? Because you made 3 doses of antitoxin
fairly quickly, yeah, right.
In the first 30 minutes.
I want to not sulk, but I'm also not ready to be in public quite yet.
You are still in a considerable amount of pain 30 minutes into being in the room. So,
So I might as well craft some more. I'm a little bit low on my inventory. I just took a trip not that long ago and got rid of a good amount. So I'd like to craft, let's say 3 antitoxins. I'll craft another 3 if I can.
Sure. Yeah.
Would it help you if you drank an antitoxin?
Good question. Would that help?
You're smart enough. You rolled decently. You got 3 successes you definitely didn't need. So, yeah, that's not going to help you. That's specifically for like poisons and stuff like that. And like, I mean, so like it might like give you some like, local like anesthetic in your mouth a little bit if you swish it around, but like it would be a huge waste of you have an antitoxin is a miracle thing because it works against any poisons and any venom. It is a universal anti-venom and antitoxin. Way too sophisticated to do a test run on. Will this make this pepper less spicy?
It's a miracle cure, but like you could use it for local anesthetic if you really want to.
No, I'm a big boy. I can tough it out, I'm sure. Right, so that's 3 more successes then there.
Another excellent quality batch of antitoxin.
Great.
I don't know if you want to keep going, but that's only an hour into being in the room.
I do want to keep going.
Yeah, that's supplies.
Help me out here. If I want to make a tier 2 toxin, what would that look like?
That'll take up the rest of the night and some time after.
Not.
Oh, you want you want to know the things you can make?
Yes, please. Sorry, I had it somewhere.
So things like antitoxins and +1 to skills and healing can be stacked to be tier 2 and be more effective. And then tier 2 property, you can make it affect an attribute instead of a skill group. And then those are the only positive things you can make. There's some negative ones in the tier 2 category, but you said you want to make a tonic, not a tonic.
Yes, I'll do an attribute tonic then.
Okay, cool. So +1 to an attribute. What attribute do you want it to boost?
I would like for it to boost. Ooh, let's go fancy here. Let's do muscle.
Okay. Cool. Go ahead and roll. This roll is like 12 hours, represents 12 hours worth of time working on this. So this will definitely carry you through the rest of the night and then during some of your downtime the following day.
Yes. That should just get it though, because that was 4 successes.
Oh, yeah. And so you will, partway through tomorrow, like midday tomorrow, assuming you don't have an extremely eventful morning, you will be able to have 3 doses of +1 muscle. Do you have the pharmacist?
I do.
Talent. Okay, cool. So it's excellent quality, so it only has 1 side effect. You get to choose the side effect because you are a pharmacist.
There's a side effect that affects social tests. Is that correct?
There's a couple. There's ones that just straight up affect those skills or those or that attribute. And then there's also that actually might be the main one. Besides, like things like uncontrollable laughter.
Oh, it's Gus. Yeah, no, I'm gonna do that one. That's a good one.
And you just put a pinch of fun in there.
Right, you know.
Yeah, so the side effect to those 3 doses of this muscle tonic are they all will have uncontrollable laughter as the side effect. which means
Amazing.
that character has just a -2 to all social and stealth tests because they are laughing while they do whatever they're doing.
And these are
they get the
all
giggles.
he's got the giggles. No, there's if I can't self-fund, then what really am I doing in this game? In each toxin, those are each excellent quality, correct?
Yeah. All of them are excellent quality. Every single one of them.
Perfect.
That's why they only have one side effect.
Want to make sure.
And then your antitoxins have no side effects because they were tier 1s that were excellent.
Right. Perfect.
So the door opens, Dex, or Porter, as you are continuing work on your +1 muscle tonic. You're brewing that. You have like samples spinning in like a centrifuge that like setting that your med kit has. You reconfigure some other parts of your setting as you're like cutting and weighing and like, mixing ingredients. And then the door creaks open and there's Dex.
Oh, cheers. How's everything?
Going fine. How is your...
His eyes are
It's-
still pretty bloodshot. He looks better than he did. He knows how to clean himself up a little bit. So
It's less borny, but I can certainly feel it. Like, right? First, weirdly enough, especially under my fingernails, where I was holding it, it's really annoying. It kind of itches.
Yeah, I can imagine.
Mm.
Here, and I like reach into my pack and hand him the lotion.
Oh.
This is from Eloise for your face. Apparently, the combination of pepper and hodag milk is uniquely suited to dry the skin.
Oh, I wouldn't have guessed. That's really kind of her. But thank you for bringing this to me. I immediately, I think I'm going to crack it open. Put some underneath my eyes.
yeah, as you put it on, it like kind of triggers like this like kind of like sensory thing because it does smell a little like Eloise. As you open it, it's kind of this like this familiar like smell of this like friend you've had for months now. And yeah, you are able to put it on. It does help. It soothes a bit. It's not gonna stop everything. You don't want to put it in your mouth. But yeah, it does help. You realize as you put it on, you're like, my skin was actually really tight and dry. I didn't even realize that because everything else was burning so bad.
Oh, that's nice. I like that a lot.
It does help with under your fingernail.
Good. Perfect. Where is Eloise?
She is 25 feet up the side of an LRC tower, putting it back together.
I should have guessed. She really can't keep herself away from technology.
She did get into a drunken argument with Findlay. Not her. Well, she was involved. He was drunk.
That makes more sense. Sure. She's generally quite pleasant when she's drunk. A little more talkative, but if you can imagine, but never mean as far as. Fair enough. No, that's good. I guess.
Porter, I trained at a place called Silent Peak. I can't imagine someone talking more.
It actually does give me a little bit insight into your character, though. You're kind of not the typical strong silent type, not from the look of you, but certainly traveling with you. Don't say much.
Just shrugs at you.
Talk when I need to. See, the thing is that Roland would have just shrugged, but I'm not personable enough to.
Well, thanks for the. Are you coming to take a rest, or? I could use a break.
No, not to take a rest. I say as I like hop up onto one of the top bunks and I take out Nicolette Dubois' projectile weapon, and I start taking it apart to like see all of its stuff and clean it.
Okay, you're not salvaging it. You're just getting it set up.
No. I'm doing sort of like standard maintenance on it, basically.
Cool.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. that doesn't require a roll or anything, and you with your history, your path, you're able to just like really quickly, like, you open it up, you take a look at it, and you just start dismantling it. It's a medium projectile weapon. Did I give you the stats?
No. All I know is it's a medium projectile weapon that has mods.
Yeah. So the mods are as follows. They are all standard quality except for the last one. So tension release, sight window, enhanced sights, and then an excellent quality laser sight. So the tension release gives it an extra power. The sight window makes it so called shots take less, give you less of a penalty. Enhanced sights increase the accuracy, and then laser sight reduces your target's cover. Power 4, accuracy 4, armor piercing 4, 1 reliability.
What's the overall quality of the weapon?
Excellent. It has no mod points left.
Okay.
Yeah, and
This
Porter,
is-
you watch as kind of casually, almost like someone just like tying their shoelaces. Dex like takes a glance at this thing that he just like took off of a fallen enemy, and then perfectly dismantles it, cleans it, and starts reassembling it. And he's not like doing it hastily, but he is swift.
This is better quality than I would expect from bandits.
They must have been good at their jobs, they could afford something like that.
Maybe.
I mean, until they met you anyway.
They were good even then. No, I mean, I'm I've been out in the Badlands a bit, and I've traveled with my master and come up against bandits in the past, but typically bandits operate with the best things they can scrounge. It's challenging to walk into a town as an outlaw with a bounty and pay for someone to work on your gun. This speaks to either someone in the gang having a talent for the fabrication of this quality of weapon, or something else. I don't know what that something else is.
Something else like they could have been paid by somebody to do this?
Maybe. Outside funding would explain. This is not the best quality crossbow I've ever seen, but it's close.
Hmm.
And the level of modification is highly personalized. This is for her.
Interesting. Well, I mean, bandits could make a good bit of money from the technology involved in an LRC tower, but somebody with better connections who could possibly sell it in a way that would seem legitimate would make quite a bit of money off of something like this.
That makes a lot of sense. I hadn't even thought of that. If you steal an LRC tower, I just sort of assumed it was worth something, but it didn't occur to me the challenges that would come with trying to sell an LRC tower.
Right. I mean, they'd have to take it apart, which, again, if there is somebody who can fabricate a weapon like that, they could feasibly have somebody who could just take it apart, but, it would still be worth a lot more to sell it as what it was intended to be. I don't know.
Dex, as you're observing this weapon, you do realize etched into the grip, there is a symbol, seemingly deliberately etched into the grip of this thing. It is 2 circles tight together, but with space in between them, broken by a diamond type, like a rhombus type, like shape, and then underneath the circles 3 dots.
Huh. Does this mean anything to you, Porter? And I like I offer him the grip to take a look at it. I assume it doesn't immediately mean anything to me.
No, yeah, neither of you can roll at this.
All right.
Yeah, this symbol is something neither of you have ever seen before in your lives. Though, like, that does, like, there's a lot of symbols you've seen. This is none of those symbols.
The lack of information is itself significant, is what you're saying.
Yeah.
Sure. That's not anything to me. No, that's strange.
If you're a 3-person gang, do you come up with your own logo?
I mean, the tenuous infrastructure of a 3-person gang, I can't imagine that you would go through the trouble just to have that printed into the side of your weapon, right? Like, unless you're passing it on every time somebody gets killed. What would the point be?
Everything about this Mathis gang feels off.
It's strange for sure.
I mean, like, to even be in the area and know about the broken LRC tower, to be able to set up an ambush of that caliber, none of this adds up.
Well, I know a gunslinger. You're probably going to want to investigate something like this, right? I mean, that's like as a sign of greater evil or whatever.
You have heard correct. It's not exactly something I can ignore.
Well, I mean, I don't know. Depending on how the trip back to Waypoint goes, I'm interested. I'd love to know what this symbol means, and if nothing else, it'll be a lark, more fun than trying to sell my wares. You know what I mean?
That's surprising. I wouldn't have guessed that would be your reaction.
How so?
I guess I expected more resistance.
I mean, this particular job was the most fun I've had in months, and I enjoy your company. And Eloise has become a very good friend, and I mean, Gus is just a laugh and a half, right? So why not?
Okay. Well, we'll talk it over with the rest, but like I said, I can't ignore this.
No, I thought not.
Whatever the group decides, I will honor the rest of our deal. I will make sure everyone gets back to Waypoint safe, but afterwards, I think this is my path.
It's always nice to find some kind of guidance to the future, isn't it? I always find the lack of surety unsettling.
I'll admit, it's a relief. When they said you'll know when you're ready and what you're supposed to do, I was very calm and controlled, but that was not what I was expecting.
I can imagine. Yeah, and I'll keep working on this tonic, but I'm surprised that I was able to actually hold a conversation with Dex, much less one that didn't end up with me offending him somehow.
What are you getting flashbacks to a past life?
Yeah, I will settle into like the rest of my nightly routine of like taking apart and cleaning my guns and settling into my meditation. And before I do, I will say to Porter, You should try meditation for the pain if you haven't. I find it helps.
I've never done it, but isn't it just like sitting and waiting?
Yes and no.
That's how I feel about meditation in real life.
You know, sorry.
No,
go
no,
ahead.
no. You.
I why not? I've got this lotion and nothing else. It might give me something to focus on or not focus on. Wait, what is it?
Just sit still, close your eyes, focus on your breathing. That's it.
Porter, go ahead and roll discipline for me. Yeah. Also, Porter, I'm going to give you a -2.
A discipline -2.
Yeah.
All right.
The reason is, so basically, there was like that moment where you both were just kind of like working on your stuff, and there was like this really satisfying, like, you know, ASMR, like clicking of the weapon and like spinning of the centrifuge and all this other stuff. No, I don't know if the viewers can hear, but the dog is drinking water really loudly behind me. And the opposite of ASMR. And basically when the reason you have a -2 is because when you sit down and it's silent and Dex isn't working on his gun anymore, the only sound is kind of the whirring of your centrifuge, which makes you think about like tonics and what you could make it. Like basically like it pulls you into the material aspects of like your profession, right? Because you can hear the machine of your commerce like working right there.
Okay. Yeah, no, that's 0 successes.
Yeah, it's mostly you don't get it, Porter. You sit there for a while. I think maybe you stop it way sooner than Dex would have wanted. Like Dex isn't like, I don't assume Dex is like coaching or anything, right? He's just like, Dex is meditating and Porter's like, yeah, I'll give it a shot. And so like pretty quickly into the meditation process, Dex, you do hear Porter get up to check the centrifuge and like make some adjustments. And then he goes and sits back down. And he's like, nah, it's just not working. It's just not.
I just want to do things, you know. I'm trying it.
No, it doesn't work.
No.
Not for you, it seems. I think Gus is next to enter the room at a certain point. He has his free drink from Frida, and then goes up. Dex is finishing meditation. He's able to go to sleep. Porter, you're able to rest. Gus, you're able to rest. Eloise, I had you roll technology a little while ago. How'd that go?
So I spent some grit. I spent 3 grit to go it strong. And then I spent 2 grit to play to the gallery. So I spent 5 grit for 5 hits.
Dear God.
It's a grit per hit.
Okay.
Really good exchange rate.
Yeah.
How many individual expenditures of grit? 3?
2.
2.
Yeah, I had 2 10s, so I played down to the gallery to roll some dice.
So yeah, Eloise, if you don't want to sleep tonight, this will be done in the morning.
Sure.
Actually, you got 5 hits. It's done and you can sleep enough. It's like kind of one of those things where like you get fewer hours than sleep than normally someone would need, but what you were doing was so satisfying to you that it is restful.
Sure.
And so you put this thing Dex and Gus saw it, like that tower was stripped. Like it was like a framework and wires and like loose hanging sensors. And Eloise, like, after everyone leaves you just kind of sit there for a second. You're like, all right. And you just start at the bottom and work your way up. And there's like a certain point, like, where it's not quite light out, but you can hear some of the earlier like birds waking up just before dawn. And you have like your Omni tool like jacked into the tower, and you're like tweaking, like you're like turning the knobs to like tweak one of the sensors, and then like the final bar goes green.
Mhm.
You know that you have it connected to as many LRC towers as it possibly can. And
Right.
you're green across the board. Everything's good. You're able to detach your Omni tool, walk down with your mag belt, and you're got it. It's done. 100%
Cool.
fixed.
Before I go, before I go down and connect it to the main feed, so it has like a memory. Can I like plug in my LRC tag to the top of like where the sensors are through my Omni tool? Is that a thing I could do?
To what end?
Well, to check my messages without a record of them.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. You can bypass for sure.
Cool.
You basically like he went to sleep drunk, and then part of your 5 successes is that you like backdoored your way into like into LRC operator like access into this thing, because you like legitimately had access to the equivalency of an extremely high-tech version of like a router. Right. And that like basically this thing that needs like a key to like be accessed with like that particular like clearance code for the interface. You like had it there, like the whole the like actual like black box of the LRC tower. And so you were part of your 5 successes is that you were able to also plug into that and be like, well, if I want to get the readings, like the proper readings, I need admin access, and I'm not going to go wake him up. I bet I can crack this. And you do.
Sure.
Yeah. So absolutely. You have like total admin privileges on this LRC tower, and are able to, access your stuff without leaving a record.
Cool. I guess, is there like, I mean, there's obviously new stuff because I haven't checked it in like almost 5 years, but like, is there any like recent stuff?
There you do have some messages to your LRC. When was the last time you checked your LRC? You've been going around for a while telling people you don't have an LRC.
Right. Like I said, about 5 years ago, like right before I left home.
Okay. Yeah. There's a lot.
Yeah, no, I know. I'm just looking at the stuff that if there was anything like in the last like.
So you skim.
Yeah, I'm not looking for like the stuff that's like original. Like I have. I mean, I hope there's stuff. I hope there's more stuff than there probably is. But like, if there's like stuff in the past, like maybe like 6 months or a year.
You have messages from all of your siblings.
Right.
Messages from Branch, Clover, Fern, Glenn, and Clay.
Yeah.
All of them have sent you repeated messages.
Right.
At a glance, it looks like a lot of it is like, where are you? Like, come home. There's varying levels of frustration throughout all of them.
Right. Of course.
Lots of kind of guilt tripping and like anger, but like you don't read into a lot of it. You just kind of glance, you see that that's like the content of the message, and you keep going.
Yeah, it's that nice feeling of like, oh no, and then like skip.
Yeah, like you just kind of like really quickly like fan through all of it. But like each one of them, like at like the like 3 or 4 times you stop to read, like their messages get a little bit more frustrated, and only one of them becomes concerned, and that is Clover.
What do they want?
Clover, they send you messages basically like near the like more recently in the last, like all of these messages have kind of died off in the last.
That's what I expected.
In the last like year or so.
Mm-hmm.
But Clover's final messages get Like, I mean, do you read them, or do you just like kind of skim them for like general content? The first one that catches your eye is like, I'm sorry.
Oh, sure. No, I don't think. I think that you know what? I know better than to spend a lot of time reading them. So 'cause I'll be up here like forever.
So just at a glance, it looks like a decent amount of what they're doing is reaching out to you and being like, the general gist is, I'm sorry that your family doesn't feel like a family anymore. I wish there was something I could do. If only you would reach back out to me. And then like a little bit more looking around, you see like basically messages that are like, I hope wherever you are, I like to think that you're healthy and safe. I hope that wherever you are, you're happier. Because you deserve it. You didn't deserve what we put you.
After that one, I definitely shut it down.
Yank out the cord.
Whatever. I don't even. That's stupid. That was stupid. Nah. Yeah. And I just like put my LRC tag back in my little secret pocket, and then I will walk down the LRC tower if it's all done. And I think about for a minute maybe leaving knocking one of the alignments off to like make it imperfect. And then I realize that he might not notice, and I don't do that. And then I think, let's go back to the saloon or whatever.
Yeah, and you're able to like gingerly like enter the room, go to sleep, and you get a few hours of sleep. Then daytime comes, and the early risers like Dex and Gus are up early. And I don't really know when Porter wakes up, but Eloise, you're able to do whatever the version of sleeping in is for you.
Mm-hmm. Sleeping in for me is like legitimate sleeping in. Like we're talking about right before lunch at that point.
Porter probably wakes up about an hour before she does then.
Cool. So all of you are able to kind of converge in the saloon again. Job is sitting there like rubbing his eyes. He has freshly reapplied the ash pattern to his forehead. And then he is able to serve you guys some breakfast. And before you're done with breakfast, well, I guess you guys get to eat breakfast. How does breakfast go? Also, everyone can have a grit for excellent roleplay. You've all been great for roleplaying.
Oh, yay.
I'm not saying you have to have meaningful conversation. If you all just kind of like
have a meaningful conversation,
you fast forward your way through breakfast, that is fine. I just want to give you the opportunity if you want to, if there's anything you guys want to talk about.
There is something that Dex would do that's not breakfast related before shortly before lunchtime that we become a unified unit once again. Which is take the make like a quick rubbing of the symbol on the stock of Nicolette's crossbow, and then take that over to the sheriff to see if she recognizes it as anything.
Okay, so this is something you would want to do after breakfast?
I mean, I would do it in the morning, basically.
Okay.
Probably before Eloise and Porter wake up, like right before lunch, right? Dex has been up for 4.5 hours, right? So...
Yeah. So when you go to the sheriff's office, it's like very early morning. You knock on the door. There's not a response.
Okay. I mean, I didn't mean to go at like 6:15 a.m. So
Sure.
maybe like probably after breakfast. I don't know what happens at breakfast. I guess if the bar explodes, maybe I don't do that.
Sure. So basically, like like prior to like everyone else being up and like breakfast actually being ready to serve, because you wake up before Job, and basically, like you get the gist, and maybe even Job mentions to you like, no, she's not gonna be up for a little while. It's a quiet town, buddy. And so like you get the sense that like you'll catch her maybe after breakfast. And in fact, well, does anyone else have anything? No one else is trying to achieve a thing during breakfast time.
Sleep.
So then
Bar explodes.
then you hear a sizzling sound. No, it's the eggs that Job's making. You actually, the sheriff does enter as you guys are finishing up breakfast.
Great.
And she walks up to your table. And she looks at Eloise and goes, "Where did you come from?"
White Point?
That tower, I ain't never seen a turnover that quick in my life in any industry. That was, girl, you got a talent. Ain't no one can just do that.
Well, I mean, it's just I just get it, like it makes more sense to me the way things like put together. And so like, when like get like when I'm left alone and there's like nothing to do but like the things that are supposed to be doing, they just kind of fit together, then like it's real like a puzzle, except for there's no puzzle because like you just get
She
it.
finished the whole thing, didn't she?
Yeah, tower's 100% functional.
Of course.
Finley ain't even awake yet, and I was able to send a message out, catch up on things. I mean, that's remarkable. And you ain't an operator.
No. No. I just help out.
Hell, ain't often you see talent like that. I appreciate what you done for this town. I really do. I was able to send a message out, she says, like to the rest of the table. This morning, and I did just receive word back from Mr. Middleton's family.
Mm-hmm.
They went ahead and gave me the go ahead to bury him in the grove over the hill. So tonight or before sundown, we're gonna have a funeral. I figured I'd let four of you know, in case you wanted to attend. In fact, Porter, I can't help but notice you walk around with a instrument slung over your back. You any good with that thing?
I could play a tune or two for sure.
Would you be willing to play something at the funeral?
Let's see. Triptych funeral. Yeah, I think I've got something for that. Certainly.
All right, good. I'm gonna say a few words. They want me to read a passage from Verities, and then if you want to attend, you can. I mean, you never knew the man, but you did right by him bringing him back into town. Figured I'd let you know, and I appreciate you offering to agreeing to play something, Porter. It's one of the things. Apparently, Timothy loved music, so it's one of the things Sue, his cousin, requested.
And how are they doing all right? I mean, I don't know if he was close with them or supported them in any way, but
He don't have no immediate family. I had to reach out to some of his extended family. I mean, the Middleton family, they ain't. You're worried. You mentioned trying to compensate them for salvaging his wagon. They don't need that. They have a nice cushy homestead. Plenty of workers. I mean, half of them ain't worked a day in their life. Timothy was a little bit of a black sheep in that way. He didn't have to, but he did travel to speak the word for some time and then help out where he could once he went up and hung up the coat.
Man, I'll be there for certain. He seemed like a good man, the little I know about him.
He was. So yeah, I have one of my deputies digging out a spot for him in the grove. We'll have a ceremony sundown. Feel free to stop by. Feel free to drift on. Just want to let you all know and give you my thanks for what you done. And to you, she says to Eloise, my thanks ain't enough.
No, I mean you're welcome. You're welcome.
All right. I don't suppose you got any notes you could like leave, John?
I think maybe if there's anybody who like has aspirations, they should maybe reach out to Billy.
We're a mining town here. Ain't that many people aspiring to be LRC operators at this time.
Sure. I don't think that he's going to take kindly to anything I have for him. So, just I labeled a bunch of stuff like all the housing units. I did put it what goes in there. So hopefully he can like maybe not put the wrong things in anymore. And I did reinforce some of the girders. So like a storm, unless it's real bad, shouldn't actually knock it over anymore. A bunch of the bolts were loose. He's real like, if you could convince him to have like a schedule of maintenance, like once a week, just going around checking everything, I think that you'd be in a better place, especially because,
I have never been able to convince John of nothing, but for your troubles. And she puts 4 spurs on the table. He goes, honestly, I mean, you deserve more. You deserve damn salary.
I don't. I mean, thank you. And I like look at the spurs weird.
Like she like nods and says, "All right, well, y'all know where to find me if you need anything."
Thanks very much, sir. Maybe.
Could I speak to you for a moment?
Absolutely. Yeah.
And I'll like get up and walk with her.
Yeah. She like you walk a little bit and she goes, I'm heading back to the office, and then the two of you start walking across town.
Yeah. And I take the drawing base or the rubbing basically. Does this symbol mean anything to you?
No, and she takes it, stops in her tracks and looks at it. Ain't nothing I've seen before. Where'd you find it?
On the grip of Nicolette Dubois' crossbow.
It'll be like a mark, signature, something personal to her. I mean, I never seen it before. Why are you bringing this to me?
There's a lot of details about Mathis and his crew that don't sit well with me. I thought maybe you might be able to connect some dots I couldn't.
Well, she looks at like the paper for a second and goes, I never did think I'd see another gunslinger my time. You ain't a legionnaire. So,
No.
What guild hall you hail from?
Silent Peak.
Well, probably no surprise to you. I ain't never heard of it. But
Most people haven't.
Yeah, I see by the way you carry yourself. Ain't got the fancy buckle, but I can tell. So, this is something then, she says, holding up the piece of paper.
Huh. I hadn't considered that effect. Maybe.
All right. Well, I learned a long time ago. It's a fool that doubts a gunslinger. So, you don't mind me taking this etching, I'll go ahead and send it to the few marshals I know. See if there's anything I can shake out. You got an LRC?
Yeah, of course. And I'll tap my tag on hers.
She taps it and goes, all right then. Can't say I have much hope of any fruit falling from us shaking this tree, but if it does, I'll send you a message.
Thank you.
All right.
I
You
head back towards breakfast. Oh, if she's gonna say more, I don't leave the conversation.
he goes, all right. You travel with those other three?
For now.
All right. You seem and me no offense, but you seem a little green.
Not very old.
Yeah. I don't know how people in your guild operate, but my experience, gunslingers, they inspire folk. The folk that want to do good. Them folk ain't always suited for that walk of life. Now, I ain't gonna accuse you of manipulating people and being fodder for the cannon of your wars, but I've seen it happen once, and I don't think it was on purpose. So, one gunfighter to another. Don't put people in positions that they can't handle just because you can. That kind of thing sits on you for a long time. I don't know what got into me. I ain't usually that talkative. I don't know. But anyways, don't mind me. You do whatever you want to do. And I'll let you know if I find anything out about the symbol.
Thank you.
All right. And she steps into her office.
I don't think I go right back to breakfast after that.
Fair. Yeah, Eloise, Gus, Porter, you're able to eat a hearty breakfast. I don't know what does everyone want to do with their day? You got a funeral to attend at sundown, but you have between now and sundown.
I think Porter probably sets up shop again. He's not going to, hawk his wares too aggressively, but, just in case if there's anybody. I know that Miranda's going to drop by at some point. So
Miranda does drop by.
Hmm.
You just put up that sign for me? Is that just some colored water in there?
I would never do something like that. Especially, somebody doing such important work as you do.
You went from 0 to 6.
I got lucky. What can I say? And I'm very good with my brain and my hands.
All right, well, I wasn't lying. Life in the mine is hard. How much do you have them? Do you have them marked at a price?
I certainly do have them marked at a price. I definitely do. And that price
Is
that I have them marked at
a number.
Is a number that is I had them all written down, didn't I? I think here we go. It's gonna be 3 spores a tonic. I think that people who work in the mine.
Well, if I buy 3,
Does
if I buy 3 or 4, let's say 4. If I buy 4, you make it 2 spurs a tonic.
If you buy 4 and you pass on to anybody who works with you that I have a couple of spares, then you can take it for 2.
All right, you got yourself a deal, sir. And she
Cheers.
pulls out 8 spurs and slides it onto the desk, and you're able to. And then you remove 4 doses of that tonic.
Mhm.
She nods and goes, "It's good. I mean, Tito has a good shop." Gesturing towards the general store. But he never did have a mind for brewing tonics, so we just go off of whatever the nomads bring through, and sometimes that's a little slim. So traveling doctor like yourself, well, it goes a long way in this town.
I might add Las Viudas to the map. If nothing else, I can at least sell what I don't get to you all to Tito over there. So at least you have something in town.
That would be much appreciated, though I don't expect Tito's going to give it to us for 2 spurs a bottle.
Yeah, probably not there. But maybe if I cut him a deal, we'll see how it goes.
Yep. It's a pleasure, Mr. Janus.
Miranda, pleasure's all mine. Are you sure you've got everything you need? I mean, I could throw in one of these chat books just for giggles. You know, you're such a good customer.
Hell's a chat book.
Oh, it's the various different homesteads just for fun tend to slam out their own paper and print pictures on them, write their own stories. I get these wherever I get the chance to.
Throw it in there. I can read.
Cheers.
She takes it and like walks a little bit, like puts some of the like takes a peek at like the first page and then like stops and then puts the tonics away and then opens the book in earnest and like walks off with it.
I love this town. Anybody else roundabouts dropping by?
Yeah, go ahead and roll manipulate test. We'll put you at a -2.
Manipulate -2.
Eloise, Gus, while Porter's doing some sales work throughout the day. And Dex, I don't know where you got off to while they finished breakfast, but you're still in town. It's not a big town.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, Gus probably just hangs out a bit and then goes and helps prep for the funeral.
Okay. Yeah, you heard Grove over the hill. You go up into the hilly area nearby town, and you do see there is a triptych grove. Basically the triptych bodies are buried with 3 seeds that adapt to the terrain that they're in to grow a specific type of a vegetation. And a triptych graveyard basically is a grove of either trees or shrubs or whatnot. And in the Badlands, it typically presents as like this kind of twisted bush-like thing with like a lot of like thick, strong limbs that kind of twirl and intertwine and then go up in kind of a conal shape to these beautiful flowers. That have little berries on them and then also like attract a lot of insects for like pollination and all that. And you see a grove of those kind of shrubs kind of nestled in these hills, and you see like a young man like finishing digging out a grave as you walk up, and he goes, "Oh, startled me, mister. How's it going?"
Yeah. Oh shoot, I'm sorry. If I would have got here earlier, I could have helped you out with that.
Hey, no problem.
That whole,
Don't mind a good day's working, son.
Yeah. Me too. I don't know. I just wanted to come help out. Notes. Mr. Middleton seemed like a nice man, and I'd like to help out however I can.
Oh, sure. I'm sorry. You got me at a disadvantage. My name's Edmund. Your sheriff told me there was 3 drifters came in town. Big fella was named Gus. Gurley,
Yeah.
Mr. Gurley.
Oh well, you got me at a disadvantage. Yeah, I'm Gus Gurley. So Edmund? Yeah, nice to meet you.
All right. Well, he like spies the triptych symbol around your neck, and he goes, "You ain't a preacher." But
No, just
well,
just a fan.
I already dug the grave. But one thing we had to do was the body's got to get wrapped up in like the oils and the special cloth and whatnot. And well, dead bodies make me a little uneasy, Mr. Gurley. I don't want to. You asked if you wanted to help. That would be a thing that would be helpful.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah, I can do that. Isn't that some? I guess. Yeah, yeah, for sure.
Oh, okay. I'm not gonna lie. I take a little longer digging this hole because I didn't want to go deal with the body. Wow, you just a gift, sir. Thank you. So all right, here we got him out back behind the sheriff's office, in one of the storage units. So we can go. Sheriff gave me the oil and the rags, and she said I gotta wrap them up real tight. I don't know. You ever done something like this before? I sure ain't.
Yeah, I've done it. I've done it a few times in my day. I mean, someone as old as me, I've had to do my share of rapping.
All right, yeah. I mean, yeah, it's supposed. I mean, I barely know the Verities, but I do know it's supposed to be the loved ones that wrap the body up, and so I mean, but like because the loved ones ain't here, I'm just gonna do it. It ain't as special, but I mean, I knew the man; he was a nice man, and I suppose that means you done wrapped up some loved ones then. Oh, I'm sorry, sir. I don't mean to. Is this all right? I can do it if this is.
Yeah, no, I can. I mean, I know how to do it, and I'd like to honor him as best I can.
Oh,
It's fine.
friends with Mr. Middleton? He was real kind when he came through town. I liked him a lot. And he takes you back around and opens up a storage unit, and there's Timothy Middleton's body. And you're able to basically. You've done this before. You soak the rags, and you're even able to say a few lines from the Verities as you like put him in the proper position and wrap him up, and like basically like help prepare his body for rest.
Yeah, I tell Edmund. Yeah, no, you can stand over there, turn around. You don't have to look. What I'm going to ask you to do in return is you tell me some nice stories about Mr. Middleton while I go ahead and wrap him up.
Oh, sure. There's plenty. Well, so he would come to town every once in a while, and I mean, I known him since I was a little kid. And well, so he used to have candy. He'd bring candy into town for all the kids, and that was real nice. And well, so I heard he was a preacher before, but eventually, I don't know what happened, but eventually he weren't a preacher no more. And so he still kind of acted like a preacher though, like he wasn't giving like sermons no more, and he didn't wear the coat or whatnot. But like, well, I guess he was a little bit like you, sir. You kind of have you got that thing around your neck. You kind of feel like someone who knows the Verities and could give someone advice if they need it. And well, he kind of did that. I know he was real nice to anyone who didn't have no money. There was one time some people came into town and they couldn't afford to stay at the fountain, and there was talk of having them take a turn at the mine for a little bit to pay off their debts. Town wanted to help them out, but we had to make sure that they weren't just getting a free ride. And no, it wasn't nothing sinister or nothing. They were able-bodied and whatnot. But Mr. Middleton came into town around that same time, and he stepped up and he paid for everything. He even got them passage in the Nomad Pack, and that ain't cheap. Nomad Packs, they cost quite a bit, especially transporting people. So so he took care of them. He was a real nice guy. He was a real nice guy, and he gets like a little teary-eyed, and is like, yeah. It's gonna be kind of sad him not coming through town no more.
Yeah, but he's going to do something a lot better.
Yeah, I guess so.
He's joining all the energy of the world, and I don't know. he's gonna be where he needs to be. Now tell me more about this candy.
Oh gosh. So he had all sorts of kinds. I don't know where he got them from. I thought maybe it was a carnival at one time, but he was all a little sneaky about it. He liked to play with me sometimes when I asked him where he got it. He said, "Well, you get it from me. That's all that matters." And so he had some that were sour, some that were spices, real sweet. He had some that were weird shapes too, and one that like it took so long to eat, it would like break your teeth. If you tried to chew on it and you just had to suck on it for a really long time. I put that one in a rag. It kept me busy for 2 months before I finally got through that thing.
Oh man. You're telling me he had jowl busters?
Yeah. I think that is what he called them. Yeah, it was real nice. Yeah, he always gave it to the kids, and well, I mean, I ain't no kid no more, but he still gave me candy when he came into town because I got a bit of a sweet tooth. I gotta say,
Yeah, I mean, candy's for everyone, not just for kids.
Yeah, exactly. Well, gosh, Mr. Gurley, you're a real kind fella.
Oh, I do what I can.
I appreciate you helping me out with this body. I mean, I always wanted to be a sheriff, but we don't get too many dead bodies. The most action we got was that one time a fella shot one of the cacti in the saloon. That was the most impressive thing that happened. I mean, people die, sure, but usually they get sent on. It ain't too often. I mean, I've only been a deputy for about a year. So, I never seen a dead body before. It kind of wigs me out.
No worries. Tell me about this shot cactus. That sounds like a story I gotta hear. And gets sort of like finishes folding up.
Yeah, and he goes, "Oh yeah, these drifters came through town. Things got a little rowdy, and then they left a bandit alive. And that bandit came into town. He weren't too happy. There was a bit of a shootout. The bandit was the only person that died besides the cactus. The cactus did die, but a lot of people lost money on that one. And well, old Miss Bauer, she said, "Oh no, you put that's as tall as it got. So it don't matter. It don't matter. It's gone. It ain't getting no taller. Your bets are void." And well, I mean, I guess it's just fair, but a lot of people were angry.
Yeah, bet's a bet.
Exactly. I mean, act of fate. What you gonna do? That's part of the game. I don't quite understand the game, but the game is whatever Miss Bauer says the game is.
Gotcha. Yeah, I'm glad I didn't put any spurs down. I don't have much spurs for gambling, let alone on something that's a wild game of chance like cactus racing.
Oh, it's a sight, and you go in there every day, and you watch it, and you think, oh, well, maybe, and like the thing is, like the townsfolk, they get real into it, and they make sure that it's getting watered, and they make sure all of them are getting equal sunlight. Everyone gets involved. It's a lot of effort and energy that goes into caring about a few cacti. It actually takes up a significant amount of our time. It's a little crazy, but when I think about it, but I guess I mean it's fun. It's fun because like when you get when you're cacti, like when you hit that money, oh, it's good.
Hey, if everyone's having fun, then it's a worthwhile thing.
Yeah. Well, I mean, in the area diet mine, it's not very great. So I think people looking for kicks wherever they can get it.
Yeah, absolutely.
You
Well,
done with?
I got him. You can turn around now. I got him all wrapped up.
Oh, wow. Yeah, wow. You done this that's a real good job, sir.
Yeah, no, thank you. I appreciate it.
All right.
Yeah.
All right. Well,
Guess sort of like looks like he looks for a second at it, like it really does hit him that he's done this a few times, and it hits him how like recently he said to do it. And he like catches for a second, and then sort of like turns away and like lets Edmund do what he needs to do.
You right there, sir?
Yeah. I'm fine. It's never a pleasant thing wrapping someone up. Reminds you the other times you've had to do it, and well, it's never a pleasant thing.
Yeah. The death ain't That ain't too good a thing. But the verities say you're supposed to appreciate, the time these folk had, right? And I appreciate the hell out of Mr. Middleton, and I don't want to presume nothing or whatnot, but I mean, you seem like you appreciate the people that that passed on before you, and I appreciate you doing this for me, because I really didn't want to do that. I surely wouldn't have done as good a job as you did. I mean, you got it all nice and tight there. You got him in the right position. I mean, I was gonna have to. I didn't know. I was gonna have to kind of wing it there. And so I mean, this looks like top notch jobs there. So I do appreciate it. You seem like a good fella.
I appreciate you, and hey, I'm gonna try to do my best to keep you from having to wrap me up.
Oh, sure. Oh gosh, that would take a lot of cloth. Sorry. Is that I'm gonna all right. Well, I got some.
Yeah, let's get him back over to the Grove.
Yeah. Well, we gotta leave him here until funeral time. We don't want
all right.
nothing happening to him. Keep him nice here. It's clean. We got like an hour or two before funeral starts. So yeah.
Gotcha. Well, I'll gather up my friends. I'll be back around.
All right, yeah, and we'll be able to get him to the Grove. You don't gotta worry about that none, sir. You done right by Mr. Middleton and myself. So I do appreciate it. Really, I do.
Sure thing. Well, just let me know if there's anything else I can do.
Absolutely, sir. Absolutely. Thank you. And as you walk out, he kind of locks the storage unit, and you're able to return to everyone else. Porter, how'd you do on your manipulate roll?
I was going to ask, does first impression still apply?
No.
All right, that's fair enough. But it was at a -2, right?
Yes.
Perfect. Right, so that. Oh. Yeah, just 3 successes then.
Okay. Cool. What are some of the lower cost items you have?
I have some machinery, some tech cubes. I have some tier 1 finesse tonics. A tier 1 minus finesse tonic.
Okay, you sell one antitoxin.
Great.
To someone who Miranda told about your stuff.
Amazing.
And then you sell
for 3 or 2?
What do you try and sell it for?
For 3.
Okay, you sell it for 3.
Perfect.
And then you sell 1 tech cube. That's your day.
Sure, perfect. For the tech cube, is it for spurs, or are they bringing something perhaps to trade?
Oh, if you want to trade, they can definitely give you 2 machinery cubes for that tech cube.
Oh, I'll take that. Absolutely.
All right, they do that.
Machinery is just what I need.
Yeah. One of the women from the mine comes down and is she's like with the person who buys the antitoxin, and then she basically has some like old mine equipment, and she's like, Foreman, Mayor Pedroso said that I could go ahead and have these for trade. And so if this is something you think you can do, is some, she basically holds up like some pneumatic parts, some scrap metal, some stuff like that. She goes, this is something you would be willing to do for, I got a few lights in my house that really could use some of these wires. So that's the trade I'd be willing to make.
Oh, I think I've been trying to make some hammerhead ammo myself, and I think this pneumatic tool will be just perfect for repurposing. Here, yeah, absolutely, I'll take that trade.
And so yeah, she trades. You get 2 machinery cubes, you get a tech cube.
Perfect. And just so everybody's keeping track, that's all 4 of my triggers, so good luck.
Did you get all 4 in one go?
Yeah.
What are your 4 triggers?
Oh, not in just this trade, but
Sure.
over the course of the session. So that was accepting a trade for product instead of money. A deal was tilted in my favor. I had 2 for this. Either when the bartender was like, okay, if you take a couple of less drinks, we can give you a room for the night for free. That was a deal.
Oh, it was.
Tilted
I mean,
in
Gus
my
made
favor.
it. Gus made it, but it was in your favor for sure. Yeah.
Perfect. Excellent. You draw a crowd to inspect your wares,
Yeah.
and you restock your inventory, which I did last night.
Yeah. There you go. Boom. Don't forget to take your grit.
Done.
2 of your triggers. Cool. So, yeah, fantastic. That's Porter's day. Dex, Eloise, you 2 up to anything throughout the afternoon, or is it more or less just like a calm day for the 2?
Do you have something?
No, not really. I did most of my stuff last night, overnight. And also I don't really know what to do about this whole funeral thing. So I'm just gonna have an anxiety thing about that for a while, a couple hours.
Dex, you may be able to read, unless Eloise is like hiding.
Nope.
I think Dex, you're able to at least notice that Eloise is like uncharacteristically quiet.
Yeah. I think I noticed that Eloise is uncharacteristically quiet. And the sheriff's words are still sort of like echoing around in my head. I'm actually gonna like head off, not like leave town, but I'm gonna like head off into the Badlands a ways away, far enough away that I could basically like shoot at a range without scaring the whole town.
Sure. Yeah. You're able to achieve that.
And I think unless somebody comes to find me, I don't come back for the funeral.
Okay. So yeah, Dex, you're just basically like practicing shooting forms and whatnot.
Yeah. And I don't like hide the fact that I'm walking out of town, but I don't like track down anybody to tell them where I'm going or anything like that.
So Dex, you leave town with a wooden post, and as you get far enough out of town, get into like a open area, put the post in the ground, take a nail, you put it in there, and you barely tap it into the post. And then you walk like 80 paces away, turn around, fire your gun. And you hear ping. You do it like you empty that gun. You empty the other gun. You walk back. The nail is hammered into the post. Take out a little tool. Squeak it out of the post. Walk 100 paces away. You just basically do that for a while. And there's one point where you're shooting, you like, as you're shooting the gun, like you're used to like, you've done this once or twice, like this kind of like practice. And you know that like wildlife obviously is like, oh, guns. They leave, they get the hell out of Dodge. But there's one point where you are like, the 80th time or whatever that you're going back to reset the nail. You look over and on a little like, basically like a shrub, like it's not quite a shrub because it's like really thick wood, but like thick, dry, like hardy wood. There's a copper bird that's just like staring at you.
Would it be survival to know things about copper birds, or is that also wrangle?
That would be survival.
Okay. Good.
Yeah, yeah. You see
Not
this
good
this
with animals, but I have been taught about animals.
you see this bird of prey, roughly the size of your forearm, just like posted up, staring at you. With its coat is extremely clean. It shines in the sun. That's what catches your eye. It's this metallic feathered bird.
Can I like scan around really quick and see if there's anything else it might be here for? Like if there's another creature that's like maybe like over the next hill or something that it's I guess maybe I have to roll for this. Are copperbirds are not scavengers, right? Like they hunt.
Yeah, they actually specifically hunt scavengers. They hunt other things too, but like the thing that they mostly prey on, the reason copperbirds, I mean, go ahead and roll a survival test for me.
Does my survival kit apply?
No.
Okay. I have 2 hits.
Yeah, the reason copperbirds are considered noble creatures is because one of the things they've been observed doing a bunch is preying on carrion animals. Different animals that like feed on dead bodies, or scavenge. Copperbirds will kill them. And so people tend to think copperbirds are very noble because they don't tend to hunt vibrant, they hunt the scavengers. And so it stares at you, you stare at it, and then you immediately like look around a little bit. And you do see way down a ways. There looks like there's like something there. And as you take a few steps and kind of like focus in your vision, it looks like maybe like a dead axe handle.
I'll get closer.
Sure. This accidental hound looks like it was maybe the runt of the litter. You don't see it like it wasn't shot or anything like that. It is just an accidental hound that's dead. Maybe it got hit by a car that was driving off road or something like that. Hard to say. Trampled by an Ache herd. You don't know. It's just kind of it's not completely like morosely decayed, but it's not a fresh kill. That's for sure.
Okay. What other like scavenger animals would I be aware of in this region?
Warakin for one, they're the large dog-like creatures. There's also Kaloos, which are large avians. They tend to scavenge as well. Those are the ones you would know.
Okay. If I don't see anything immediately around, I will head back to where I've been shooting. Is the copperbird still there?
It is.
I look over at this copperbird. I'm gonna be here a while. Sorry.
You reset the nail. You walk back. Start shooting again. The copperbird watches you for like 2 hours, and then as you finally like, it's getting dark. This is well past the funeral. It's getting dark, and you're like, I should head back into town. And as you pull the post out of the ground, you look over. The copperbird's still there, and then it just and flies away.
Huh.
Meanwhile, back in town, Eloise, you're able to kind of sit there and be nervous about a funeral for a while. Porter, you sell some stuff. Gus, you are able to reconvene with them like an hour before the funeral starts. And then it becomes, you see like there's just a couple people from town who just start making their way over the hills towards the grove.
Yeah.
Hey, y'all coming to this thing?
I think Porter at this point has changed into something a little more funeral going. And he says, yes, for sure.
Is there? Would it make you feel better if I did?
Yeah, I think it'd be a nice thing. Is that all right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, if it'll make you feel better, then I'll yeah. Yeah. Do I wear like is this okay? Do I need to change, or like should I like is there like do I how do what is it?
You're
How do you
fine.
do it?
Yeah, you like most people are walking over this hill just in normal clothes they were wearing earlier today. Porter just basically changes into clean clothes.
Okay. Yeah. So I just yeah, I'll go with Gus, I guess. Yeah. This is fine and not totally weird.
Yeah. So you all walk into the grove. There's a little like spot in the middle of the grove. There's these beautiful flowers at about waist height that you're able to walk through.
As we're walking, I'd like to like seeing that Eloise is like nervous about this. Gus does like offer her like a hand to take if she wants.
Yeah, she does. It's fine.
Porter eyes this with suspicion.
Yeah, and the three of you
That's
walk.
AKA Mr. Steal Your Girl.
Yeah, and the three of you walk through the flowers. One thing that strikes you, Eloise, is your family triptych?
I don't know. Maybe.
Well, I mean, you were around for some funerals,
So
right?
like maybe like major holidays, but like we were not.
So you've never been. Well, I guess you've never been in a Badlands triptych grove.
I've literally never been to a grove or a funeral or a wedding. Or
Yeah,
anything
one
like
thing that strikes you, Eloise, is it smells really nice here. The flowers that bloom off of these planets, it's an extremely mellowing and calming and pleasant fragrance.
It's probably because they're really well fed with high like protein nutrients.
Yes. And
Yeah, I think that's correct. Yeah, that makes sense.
and you walk through, and there's like maybe a little over a dozen people plus yourselves here. You do all notice Dex isn't around. And laying there in the hole in the ground, you see the wrapped form of Timothy Middleton. Wrapped with this kind of like oil-soaked rags. You see placed on his forehead, his heart, and his belly button, three quarter-sized seeds of different colors. One is blue, red, green. And standing kind of at the head of his grave is Sheriff Rebecca Levy. And she sits there, she's kind of clutching a book to her chest. She sees you, Porter, and like nods. And then goes, well, we all came here today to pay our respects to Timothy Sasha Middleton. And well, I ain't no undertaker. I ain't no preacher. But well, I'd like to say that Mr. Middleton was a hell of a person. He was part of this community, even though we only saw him from time to time. He always made sure to do right by everyone when he came into town. And he gave a lot to this community. And I like to think that he gave a lot to every community he passed through. He was just that kind of person. So, I'm sorry to see him go. But I'm glad to be able to say goodbye. If anyone else would like to say anything to commemorate the lost, then now would be the time. There's like a moment of like kind of awkward silence, and then Job steps up. And he goes, I don't mean to say I know the departed personally, but well, where I come from, people that have a good soul, they're thought to be special. And Mr. Middleton was special. He had nothing but kindness in his heart. And, well, whenever he would come into town, he'd lend advice and support to, well, me, for one, and the lads and ladies of the fountain. And, well, I just wanted to say on behalf of everyone I know, Mr. Middleton was a good fella. That's what I gotta say. He steps back into the crowd. There's another kind of lingering silence. Well, oh, you got something to say, Gus?
Yeah, I mean, Gus was gonna wait for the people who knew him best,
It's
like, who knew him and like had the opportunity to share stories. But it sounds like if that's done,
yeah,
Gus
you
sort of-
see
it seems
like in the crowd, Edmund is there, but he is too nervous to like talk. And everyone's kind of quiet and like, you know, they all seem somber and a little nervous to speak. And there's the point where the sheriff goes to open the book, and you know that like no one else is going to say anything.
oh, so the sheriff is gonna read some from the Verities.
Yeah, but this would be the time
Is what it
where
looks like. Okay, I mean, I sort of want to like. Evan's stories were so nice. So I want to have done this like during the time I was in town. If not, I will flashback to do it, but I won't be happy about it. I wanted to go through the general store and like, wait, would they have any candy at all?
the general store definitely has candy.
Yeah, I want to get like, just like, a pocket full of candy or whatever.
Well, you may not be happy about it, but in order to do that, you'll have to flashback.
Fuck you, Tommy. I do it.
All right. So you spend 4 grit and flashback. If you're spending are you spending a whole spur on candy?
Yes.
I mean, so like you can get other things maybe too. Most of it's just like kind of general supply stuff. Nothing to really make up like a machinery cube or anything. But like if there's some other weird like specific things you'd want, otherwise, if you spend a whole cube on candy, you get like 2 buckets full of candy. You buy them out of candy.
Oh, I don't want
Okay.
that.
So think of
much.
some random things like a fucking like specific things like a canteen, or think of 3 specific things that would be just kind of like weird general things that you would want, like a canteen or like a fresh journal or anything like that, and add those to your inventory, and then also you get a healthy supply of candy.
Cool. Can I think about those between sessions?
Oh
I think
yeah,
the
I'm not
journal is-
unless I'm not gonna put you up to that right now, but that yeah. That'll be kind of, you just basically went into the general store and bought a bunch of random stuff and some candy.
Cool. Yeah, I sort of like I like catch his eye, and I'm sort of like encouraging him to like go up there and speak. And by way of like coercion, I pull out some candy out of my pocket and I show it to him and sort of offer it towards him. I'm like, speak. This is yours. Go talk.
He looks at the candy, looks at you, and goes, Mr. Middleton was, well, he was real nice. And I'm Edmund, by the way. Well, he, you know, I known him since I was a boy. And, you know, he was kind of constant, come through pretty regular. And I always look forward to his visits. And it'll be different now. Not being able to look forward to him. He was a nice fella. To everyone I met. And he like looks around a little awkwardly and he goes, that's yeah, I'm gonna miss him. And he steps back into the crowd.
Gus gives him like a big, like a smile and like a big approving nod.
And he like wipes some tears from his eyes and like nods to you. And the sheriff goes, as per the request of Timothy's cousin, I'll now read a passage from the Verity of Instinct. One need not wander the halls of memory to find the lost. Ponder the sky, drink of the water, bask in the light of the sun and moon. And there you will find all that ever was and will be. For the lost are not gone, yet returned to the eternal cycle, their energy rekindled anew. Love inspired is not lost. Gratitude earned, not lost. Time and memory are not lost. These gifts reign eternal. The being is no more, yet carries on transformed. The goodness of a life lived in balance permeates the fabric of perception. That which was lost is rediscovered in perpetuity. Let it be so. Everyone repeats kind of under their breaths. Let it be so.
Let it be so.
Let it be so.
And so it is that we together speak his name one last time while it is still his, and release the energy back into the cosmos to take part in the cycle. Timothy Sasha Middleton.
Timothy Sasha Middleton.
And it kind of like lingers there for a second. And then the sheriff turns to you, Porter.
Mm-hmm.
Gives you a nod with like raised eyebrows.
Three black ponies riding over the hill, all yoked to a long dark wagon. Someday they'll stop here, I know that they will, but today they'll leave us behind them. Three black ponies, they'll take us away. That wagon awaits us, but not for today. No trees shall be sown, no branches grown. Those 3 black ponies are riding away.
Seth, take a motherfucking grit.
Can we please get some porters in the goddamn chat?
Oh my god. That was fantastic. As you sing Porter, a couple people come and put some dirt on the body, and then there's a few people tearing up, and then finish up the song, and the crowd starts to disperse, and pretty soon all that's left is the 4 of you, the sheriff, and Edmund, who produces a shovel. Starts properly burying Timothy.
Yeah, Gus goes up and he tosses a handful of candy down into the grave. And he turns to Edmund. And he hands him some too, and he says, "These are for you. You did real good. Is there another shovel? Let me help you out."
Thank you, sir. Well, I do got one. I gotta run back to get it, but and he hands you the one that he has.
That one's yours. This one's mine.
Then he jogs back towards town. Hey! +1 grit to Porter from the chat. He goes running off. The sheriff sits there for a second, nods, and goes, Las Viudas was lucky it was you 4. She takes a couple steps, looks back to the 4 of you as Gus starts shoveling some dirt, and on the horizon, Edmund is running back. You gonna say something, Dux?
Oh, I'm not there.
Oh, sure. So looks back to the 3 of you. She still says the 4 of you. But looks back to the 3 of you and goes, "Where's your gunslinger?"
Yeah, couldn't find him.
Haven't seen him around.
All right.
I mean, he can handle himself. He's probably not in any trouble.
Yeah. Well, he's in some sort. But all right. Thank you. Thank you all. He says, looking at Porter and Eloise and Gus with the shovel in his hand. And then she kind of sits there for a second longer, soaking it in, taps her hand on her belt a couple times, and then walks off. As Edmund comes jogging back, being "Got the other shovel, sheriff." All right, good man, good lad, Edmund, good lad. She goes walking off.
Hey, Porter, that was, gosh, that was beautiful.
I don't know a lot of the triptych canticles, but that's one that I picked up along the way. So it's quite a good one. I think it was appropriate.
It's very appropriate. Very pretty. I gotta get burying because we got to go find Gus, or we got to go find Dex.
Do you think he's in danger? The sheriff was kind of cagey on that score.
I don't think he's in danger. I think trouble. I think danger, no. Trouble, maybe. But either way, let's figure out what's going on.
Cool. You're able to
Gus
finish.
just starts like shoveling.
Yeah, you're able to finish burying Timothy Middleton. You know that in 6 months' time, one of those shrubs will start to grow, and within a year or so, it will start to bloom. And it's a little later. Eloise, did you look like maybe you had something? You have something?
Nope. Nope. This is weird. I definitely don't have anything.
So the three of you walk back. Edmund takes the shovels and splits off from you to head back to the sheriff's office. The three of you walk back. The sun is well and setting at this point over the town of Las Viudas, and you stand in the thoroughfare and you see the silhouette cutting through in the moonlight of Dexter Bailey, gunslinger companion.
Oh, there is one thing.
Sure.
Because I don't know that I will ever be afforded this opportunity again, and I have to take the chance while I have it. I am going to stop, find a good dune, and watch the moons rise.
Yeah. You absolutely do. You that's what you're doing while they're burying finishing the grave. You watch the moons rise. Sit there. Silence. You hear axe handle hounds, living ones, yipping in the night. Hear maybe hoop snakes in the distance. Stand up, walk back into town. And that's where you find your three companions. Gus looking a little, not incredibly sweaty, but definitely as if he's done some labor. He's got some sweat. He's got plenty of dirt on his his knees and down and his forearms and hands. Porter kind of like solemnly holding his instrument over his shoulder. Eloise kind of walking awkwardly alongside the two of them. All four of you find yourselves in an extremely quiet town that is going to bed early.
Hey there, Dex. Where you been?
It's been a while since I've practiced shooting. I needed to brush up.
Both of those. I doubt both of those things. But it's good to see you. You missed we had the funeral this evening.
Dex just nods.
All right. Okay. Well, yeah. Let's. I don't know, I just got some workout. I'll maybe just go in. I'll meditate and go to bed early.
I'll join you, I suppose. Give it another shot. Why not?
Oh, did you try it out?
Yeah, I was trying to make some tonics at the moment, at the time. So maybe it'll, catch a little better this time around.
Oh, did you do sort of the breathing techniques?
I focused on my breathing. Yeah, that's what Dex said to do.
Oh, I don't know. I might be able to give you some tips. Yeah, let's go try it.
Sure.
But first, Eloise, hey, thank you for going. I do appreciate it.
I'm good. You're welcome. I just, it's like everyone's real quiet, and then I was like, what's going on? And then it's like, but it was real nice. I think, I don't know. Is was nicer than normal or the same? It was the same, probably. Nice. Yeah, no, it was real nice, and I'm glad that you, feel better, ish. I mean, it's weird because it's like you're sad, obviously, but you're also maybe less deep sad and just sort of meh sad, right? I don't know. Is that a guess? That's a guess, but
Yeah, I think that's a good way to go about it. I'm less deep sad, more less sad.
So you're welcome, I guess, is what I'm saying in a lot of words. Have
Well,
it,
No worries.
yeah.
if you want to play a round of Pio before we hit the hay, first round's on me, and I'll hand her a spur.
Well, if you're ready to lose, then by all means.
Oh, big words from you. All right.
So
I gotta watch this match of the minds. Dex and I sort of stumbled ourselves into an end of a game. I want to see how y'all do, Pio.
Dex, do you join them as they enter the saloon?
Uh,
So, actually, I was gonna say, like, why don't you guys go set up and make sure that, like, you know, it's all like ready and folded out and everything, and I'll be in a second. Yeah? Or no, is that bad? No, you just go. I'll be right back. I'll be right there. I just need a me
Yeah.
time moment.
All right.
Okay.
So Porter and Gus start walking. Eloise, where do you go?
Right here with Dex.
Okay.
I'm supposed to tell you when you ain't talking enough.
the sheriff said something to me that got me thinking.
I'm real good at thinking.
My path is violent and dangerous. It is always violent and dangerous. And I have spent a significant fraction of my life training to walk it. And it's a path I can't not walk.
Okay.
And not everyone has trained to walk that path. And I think it might be irresponsible to ask others to walk it.
You're talking about us, right?
Yes.
Okay. So I guess I'm gonna say a thing, and then like you're gonna hear it, okay? And then like you can take it for whatever it's worth, because maybe it's not worth anything. But like the thing that I'm gonna say is that like we're also people and who have our own decision matrices. Matrices. And so the thing is that you aren't people aren't meant to be alone. Like even somebody as weird as me, we ain't, I'm not. So the thing is that people need people, and if we're the right people for you, the only way to know is to ask. And we might say no, I'm not gonna, but we might, and then but you gotta ask. You can't take that like agency away from us. Don't like assume that like just because I'm real terrible with everything, including like walking in straight lines and stuff, doesn't mean that I don't want to go with. And so you're right. Like the thing that you would probably want to not do is like, I mean, like you did the thing where it was like, my life is violent and scary and everything's terrible and like no one should come with me, scare. And like maybe that's like a little heavy handed. But like the thing is that like, you know, like not couching it also in like fairies and lights and stuff, right? So like just say like, hey, I have a thing and it's dangerous, but like if you want to come, you're welcome. And then everybody else can be like, oh, I'm a person who can make their own decisions, yes or no. And like, so that's the thing. So like, so I don't think because you do violence, you're bad. But I also think that your decision matrix is very black and white and you would do for some grayscale. Okay, that's it. I'm gonna go play Pio, and you can come in whenever you want. That's a whole lot to like throw on you. I hope you heard it. Is the thing, because like I don't know. Also, did it make sense? I don't know. You can think about it. And I'm gonna like
take a few cautious steps back before you turn and run.
and then turn and walk weirdly away.
I'm gonna go to the LRC tower.
Okay. Porter and Gus, you enter the saloon first. Before there were like maybe 8 or so other people. Right now, there's about 30 to 50 people in the saloon. It's still very large and it can accommodate them pretty well. But you walk in and like it's kind of like this weird thing when you walk in and it's quiet. Like you were approached this building from the outside. You didn't think there were 30 people in there, like 30 plus like people in there. And yet when you walk in, like a bunch of faces turn and look at you. And like there's this like it's not like dead silent. There's like people kind of like talking a little bit, just kind of having like little conversations themselves. So like murmurs and stuff happening. But like in general, like it is a quiet and somber thing. And you two walk in and like everyone kind of looks up. This conversation doesn't completely stop, but it's like more or less like it falters for a second as some people stop their conversations to look at you. And then Frida Bauer says, "There's the virtuoso and his good friend, tall, dark, and handsome. Let's have a hand for the new bard in town." And she claps like alone for like a second, and then like Gus like just like oh, and then Job claps a little bit, and everyone like kind of claps, and like it becomes like a full on applause. And like Eloise and Dex, like while Eloise you're giving your thing, you do hear this kind of like build up of applause that then dies down, and then Frida goes, "Drinks for free for my good friend, the singer." And everyone's like, "Hey, ah!" and then she goes, "3 dark horses," and everyone kind of like builds up into it, and you get basically like the whole saloon as you're walking up and getting your drink from Job, who muddles the cherries for you and makes up the same drink and then gives Gus a beer. Everyone is kind of like, and as you're walking, Porter, a lot of people give you pats on the back and like a lot of squeezes on the shoulder and people like seeming appreciative as they kind of poorly sing, missing a lot of the words, the song you sang at the funeral, as the whole saloon kind of does it, and they're like, "Ah!" And as Porter and Gus make their way towards the Pio or stand wherever they are, the like crowd kind of like dies down a little bit, and like everyone, like the entire mood is lifted and everyone is kind of chatting a little bit more.
I think after they finish up their song and they'll do their little final applause, I'll say, "To old friends."
To old friends. And Edmund, off at the like tip of the oval of the bar, goes, "To kind people." Everyone's like, "To kind people." Yeah, and then Eloise, you're able to make your way into the saloon, and also able to the liveliness hasn't died down. And there's a couple people as you go over to the Pio area, Porter. Couple people like, "Yeah, I'll fix the piano. Do you know how to fix the piano? Piano's been dead for about 6 months. Yeah, it's been dead since the shootout."
I've got a friend, lads, who might be able to take a look at it. I'll ask her.
Yeah, and Eloise does enter during that time. But Dex, you said you were going to the LRC?
Yeah. I go to the LRC tower, and I write a message to Isabel. And I ask her the question that I was afraid to ask when she sent me off on this, because I was afraid if I asked, she wouldn't let me go. All it says is, "How did you know I was ready for this?" And then I head back to the saloon.
Yeah. Eloise, you join Porter and Gus at the Pio table. As
Ready to
everyone's
get
like, fix the piano, fix piano, give us another song.
Is that me? That's me. That's me.
What? Who are
The
you?
piano? No, is that not
Oh,
right?
I said you could take a look at it. I don't think they mean right now.
I feel like they keep shouting it, and I just feel like maybe.
Nick, you owe me a Pio game, don't you?
Yeah, but like they're like in need too. So like if
They'll be fine. I'll play them another song later tonight or something. But you sit down. I haven't hung out with you all day.
okay.
And I'll grab her a drink as well. And let's play around. Let's do it.
As you all sit down, they're like, Pio, oh! And then Joe goes, oi! Fella wants to play Pio, let the fella play Pio. And Gus is not the only spectator as Eloise and Porter play Pio, because Porter's kind of a little bit of drawing the attention of everyone. So you guys can roll. Go ahead.
I was gonna give him space, but if everybody's watching,
Oh yeah, everyone's kind of
like a little intuitive. But if everyone's watching, then Gus will be there.
It's not
They
like
weren't
a
gonna get any
huge
privacy
crowd.
anyways.
It's not like shoulder to shoulder, but like a lot of people are like, it's a game that takes some time, and a lot of people are like kind of watching, but like, oh, like, you guys can roll a reasoning attribute only test. Eloise, I'm gonna give you a -2.
Yes.
Ew, why?
Well, I do believe Eloise is quite nervous with the fact that everyone is paying
Oh
attention
yeah, no,
to this
everybody's
game.
watching. That's -2.
Yeah.
That's very generous minus from you. Yeah, for sure. Okay. Okay.
There's like I said, there's like a lot of people who are just kind of like watching from afar, but there's at least 3 people, if not more, who are straight up just watching the game and talking to each other.
Mm-hmm.
And like a decent amount of them are like talking about the funeral and saying it was really nice. A decent amount of them are talking about like, you know, the deceased was really, really kind, and they like, you know, they hate to see him go. And then a couple of them being like, I should call my family. My family's so devout triptych, and that ceremony really made me start thinking and stuff like that.
All right.
What do you got?
I've got 2 successes.
What's your highest?
11.
Oh.
I spent grit to get that 11.
Well, then you do win. Because I have
Take that grit, Tommy. That's Eloise's grit.
Oh man, you saw me pull up the note and no, you're right. It's Eloise's grit. It's not my grit.
Okay. Yeah. So I have 4 hits, but none of them are higher than a 10. So
All right. Well, that's 1 success then.
gets to me.
It is a close game and goes on for a while. And it actually, to your relief, Eloise, a lot of people stop paying attention to it. And like stop like kind of caring. But a few people do, including Gus. Gus, this is Pio on a level that you've never seen. The placement of the pieces seems like at first, like you're just used to like just kind of placing pieces whenever you like wherever you feel like it. But the way like they place pieces, it seems like a little deliberate. Like they spend a long time doing it. You're like, what's taking them so long? They should just put like this thing here or whatever. And then once they place the pieces, you start seeing their strategies play out based on like the deployment of their pieces. And you are like, oh God, that's a level I haven't even thought about. And then like you watch as like they try, like you're like, oh, they should do this. And then they don't do something. And you're like, why didn't they do that? That was such an obvious move. And then like 5 moves later, they like capture a zone because they like baited the other one in. And you're like, oh my God.
I think as the crowd starts to dissipate and she gets a little more comfortable, we've played quite a bit, quite a few times. And so I'll start shit talking her a little bit and be like, where's that hopper going to go? Where's it going to go? What's she going to do with it? Oh, not there, right? Not there. I don't think so.
No, I'm probably instead going to move that slider right over here. Shifter.
Shifter, yeah, shifter.
Yeah, that shifter's just going to move this hopper right here. Oh, no, he looks like he's in trouble.
That's fine. I've got all of my blockers over here. You know, that's one of the advantages of a Bergstrasser Open is that I always have blockers to spare.
3 moves from now, it'll be great. But first, there's 2 moves from now when I take that piece right there.
We'll see what happens, I suppose. We'll see.
Yeah, no.
There's like one point where you two get in a cycle of hoppers capturing each other. Just this what did you call it, Seth? You said it was a gravity well.
I was talking about the Bergstrasser Open.
No. I'm saying like when.
Gravity well. That was it. Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah. So it gets in a gravity well where your hoppers are constantly capturing each other's hoppers, and it just keeps happening over and over again until someone fucking breaks and decides to like break the pattern. Otherwise, the game stalls. You guys are doing that over and over and over and over and over again, and then you're like shit talking each other as you do, being like, "I can do this all day. This is gonna go on forever. I don't care." And then finally, Eloise breaks and like tries a different move.
Somebody like in the corner yells, "Fix the piano!"
And so Eloise is like, and then she moves a piece that like moves the hopper like battle over to a different location that eventually ends in Porter's favor. And then eventually Porter is able to snag a narrow victory. Eloise owned 9 zones. And then right before she captures her 10th, Porter steals 1 zone and gets his 10th.
Yeah. And I give him his spur. Back.
Thank you very much. And I'm going to use this to name one of those cactuses over there. Cactuses, cacti, whatever. I don't care. I'm drunk.
Yeah, you walk over to Job, and he looks up at you and sees a spur in your hand. He goes, "Yeah."
Could I saw up on the board I could name a cactus if I wanted to.
Yeah. The harvest is in just a couple days, so we'll be drawing names in less than a week.
All right, I'd like to put 3 times down for Sweet Baby L.
All right. And he pulls out 3 slips of paper, and you're able to write down Sweet Baby L 3 times. Hold it up, hand it to him. He puts it in a jar and takes your spur.
If I drop another spur, can I guarantee that you pick that one?
All right.
Well worth the 2 spurs. Well worth.
Can I be at the bar for this?
Yeah, you've returned at this point. The game went on for a while.
Sure. That seems like a real breach of the integrity of your gambling hall.
Do you say that to Joe?
Yes, I say as I call out corruption or evil as soon as I see it.
I guess it's XP for everybody. He turns to you and goes, "Everyone's just looking for a good time, buddy."
I smile at him.
He nods and puts two of the 3 pieces of paper in the jar and puts the other one in the register.
And you don't go telling her anything about that, all right? He says to Dex. Cheers. It's gonna be a surprise.
I go fix the piano.
Eloise, do you have a machinery cube?
I have so many machinery cubes.
You can spend a machinery cube, no test required. You're able to fix the piano.
Okay. I now only have 7 machinery cubes.
So as like everyone's carousing a little bit, there's a point where about 20 to 30 minutes after the Pio game finishes, there's a bing. As Eloise, you have managed to tune this piano without anyone noticing using your Omni tool to like sense the vibration before the chords do. And so you have a perfectly tuned piano at your disposal.
I wish I had any musical talent because I would give it a little chingering, but I do not because also I don't want anybody's attention. So
like ping, 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 ping. And your Omni tool is like, yeah. And you're like, all right. You break down your Omni tool, put it back in your satchel. And everyone's like, piano's fixed. Ah! Sing us a song, piano man. Do you give the people what they want, Porter, or do you go to bed? It's late. It's very late.
Well, I could give the people what they want if that's what they want. I'll give it a shot. Why not? I wasn't prepared for this. A whole encore performance? Is that what you're looking for? Well, give me more.
You don't have to actually. You can just
playing. Yeah, I'll give him a song. I'm just gonna sing him it. Yeah.
Yeah. You're able to like kind of sit down and like pluck out like on the piano. Oh, what's up?
Yeah. The song that I plunk out is gonna be. All right, everybody knows this one. Join in. Oh, I'm gonna take my horse down the red post road. I'm gonna ride till I can't no more. Gonna take my horse down the red post road. I'm gonna ride till I can't no more.
Oh my god! You did my own thing against me.
Seth, it is unfair how talented you are.
Well, Seth gets another grit because I was not prepared for him to do my own thing against me from season 1. Oh my god. Yeah, everyone's super fucking into it. Everyone's singing along. You pluck out this song, jamming out with the piano. Everyone's into it. They all cheer. And then it's very late, so the crowd does start dissipating, and it's well into the time where the 4 of you are quite tired.
Dex does probably go to bed before it is very late, and the people are asking for Red Post Road because they have to have it.
And unless anyone has anything of import they need to do with this evening, that is where we will end night's session. Good job, everyone.
I would like to propose a balance patch to address the like clear power going on in Seth's corner. I feel like the other classes need sort of like a buff.
Because Seth's ability to make music gives him a bunch of grit.
It's just a really strong thing is the thing. Like,
I promise to only use my powers for good.
I can't believe you brought out Red Post Road. That's, oh my god.
I was sitting on that one. I had it ready.
A Bobby Klein classic. Uh,
How dare you? How dare you give Bobby Klein that beautiful song?
Okay, so we do have a couple questions in the Discord. I know I went extremely late this time, but there was a lot of good stuff happening, and I wanted to let it all ride. So we're gonna jam through these questions. If you have questions in the stream chat, drop them in there. We will answer them despite the time. Also, we got something in the middle of.
Oh, I answered it in text form.
Oh,
I
cool.
think.
Yeah. It was a question about Eloise's secret pockets, if they were a mechanical or
They're
narrative secret
mechanically
pocket.
in her collapsible shield.
Yeah, her collapsible
love that.
shield has,
Mechanical. It works on 2 levels.
her shield has secret pockets. All right, so we have a couple questions from Argit Lam. All right, so our dog just like tried to push through that
Oh,
door.
goodness.
All right, cool. We have a couple questions from Argit Lam. The first two are characters to build.
One vehicle.
Well, okay, sorry, one character and one vehicle. That's kind of a character. The first one is the T-800. Durable, guns, strong.
I did this once, actually.
Oh, did you?
Yeah, the one time I got revenge on your horrible hunger for limbs, was a character I had made who I was running a game, and I made a villain who had walking tank, fitted heavy armor, so he didn't have the penalties from like being very big and wearing heavy armor to dodge. I think he had the thing. It's called barrel chested that gives you an extra 2 soak even if you're not wearing armor. And then he had spray and pray, which is tier 4 finesse talent, which like a lot of the finesse talents are like for quick and like gunslingery things or like ninja things with like throwing stars maybe. And then spray and pray is you got a big gun and it shoots a lot of people real bad.
Exactly.
Like a minigun.
He did have a minigun loaded with explosive rounds, and
Oh
I
my
think I pushed Roman's character into bleeding out, and I shot off Tommy's arm.
Yeah. Oh, that's right. And then I had to spend so much grit to put it back on as fast as possible.
And so the wild thing is to like show you the comparative power of like one very strong enemy against a group of drifters. I had to spend grit so that he got to go first in initiative, because after his turn, he was cut literally to ribbons.
Yeah, I remember rolling the tests at an extreme negative to try and get Roman and I back in the fight.
Yeah, because you were like, I should save Roman. Wait, no, I should put my own arm back on before trying to save someone else.
It did. That session
Yeah,
inspired a tonic that will inevitably make its way, a tonic property that will inevitably make its way into one of the source books. And that tonic is a tonic that makes it easier to treat injuries. Because the first thing I thought is like, I wish I had a tonic that would make it easier to put my arm back on. So I just like wrote that down that night and was like, yeah, I'm gonna use that. Yeah, and then you basically do all of that and then also have the character have a bunch of cyber limbs. And then and they can have enhanced finesse. They can have enhanced armor. They can have,
and I was gonna say what do you call it? Digi disguise, right?
oh sure, yeah. If you give him a
Yeah,
digi
yeah.
disguise, then he can do the thing that the TA.
Well, that if we're gonna get technical, that's more of a T1000
Right.
attribute. Really.
Otherwise, it's just Arnold Schwarzenegger.
How dare.
It's a broken digi disguise. It's only for Arnold Schwarzenegger.
All right. Other thing from Argit Lam is it is an airship from Final Fantasy III called the Invincible. Notable traits are it's massive, contains a permanent access to Fat Chocobo, which apparently is item storage. I mean, I know what chocobos are, but I don't know how a fat chocobo is item storage. And then it automatically fires a large bore cannon at any enemy you encounter in the air.
You could do this.
Have at it.
I don't. Okay, so it's an air vehicle with hover. If you want to get like the real airship, so it's probably. I think you probably actually want it to be a plane. For like the size, especially if like its cargo capability is a big deal, and then from there, I think in order for it to hover, you just need to get the wing mod, right?
Yeah. There's the variable engines.
And then like you can put passenger operated weapons on a plane that can hover, and will seat like 6, I think, base. And I don't know off the top of my head if those mods will take up everything you've got, but I think you probably have space for like additional seating or like cargo. Extra cargo, right? Because I'm told that just lowering a winch and picking things up doesn't just work. It has consequences that come with it. Can't like fly around a bus. No matter how hard I've tried, you can't just fly around a bus.
What is this, Fortnite?
All right, and then the final one from Argotlam in the Discord is: how many and what variety of cubes would it take to make a good hazmat suit? And then also, what about a spacesuit? And he does specify that he is aware that space travel is beyond the current means of people on Mana. So, I looked at this question, and I looked at some stuff. And I think it would be just, if I was going to homebrew the hazmat suit, it would probably be something along the lines of like 4 machinery cubes, 8 tech cubes, and 4 first aid cubes at least. The 8 tech cubes comes from heavy armor being 8 machinery cubes and just flipping that to be the tech. And then light armor being 4 machinery cubes and letting that stand. And then filtration mask is at least 4 first aid cubes. So those things together, at the very minimum, probably around that. Which I did the math on, and at the standard price for those kind of general supplies, you're looking at 48 spurs to create that thing from scratch.
And if you want it to be really good, you put an auto dock in there,
which is a
full
lot
of antitoxin. Yeah, which is like 80 spurs.
Yeah,
so much.
And then the thing that gets a little harder is trying to think of the spacesuit thing, because the first thing I did was I was like, well, how much does the spacesuit cost now? And it turns out spacesuits cost a lot, guys.
Really?
They cost so much. I was like, it's just like a fancier hazmat suit. No, guys, it's so much.
Did you know it's really bad if you're in space without a suit?
Like,
and also it costs a lot of money to go to space. Like, so people, they want to protect the things that they send to
the
space.
The scale is huge because it's like a hazmat suit. You can buy one for like $700 or $800, and then a spacesuit's like $200 million.
Wow, holy shit!
And so I decided that it's not just cubes.
I think you could probably make reasonably like a vacuum sealed hazmat suit with just cubes with its like own air supply. But again, I cannot stress this enough. Just a vacuum sealed hazmat suit is not good enough for you to go to space.
Yeah, because there's so much radiation and shit. You don't have an atmosphere to protect it.
Yeah. You need radiation shielding, and then you also need at least 3 or 4 chambers in order to retain the heat from the basically 0 degrees Kelvin.
And so like I was like, okay, it's probably a significant. It's like take the hazmat suit and like multiply it by 3 or 4, and that's the general supplies you need. And then you need like thousands of spurs more, thousands and thousands, like hundreds of thousands of more spurs worth of like supplies that do not fall into general supplies to make a spacesuit.
A lot of R&D.
Yeah.
And that would be like, it would like, you'd have to figure out ways to like take elements on Manifest to create the things that you would need to get what you needed for a spaceship or a spacesuit.
Or counterpoint, find a bunch of luminescence, cram it all in there, see what happens.
Well, the other thing is, I think you're actually more likely to find one of the like decayed orbit crashed spaceships somewhere on Manifest that's been undiscovered and got buried with time than you are to actually make your own spacesuit that works the first time. So there's that. You could just miraculously find a crashed spaceship and take one of the suits off the hangar and just get in it.
Yeah.
Seems good.
Yeah.
There's
So I learned something today because of
gotta
this
be
question.
some way to do it with luminescence.
What'd you say, Roman?
I just feel like there's got to be some way to do it with luminescence.
Yeah. I mean, you're absolutely right.
You get magic enough, you could be in space.
Yeah, I mean,
You just distill it into a gel, cover your entire body with the luminescent gel, catapult yourself through the atmosphere. You'll be
This sounds suspiciously like flubber. Are we building flubber?
Also, like, it depends on how long you want to be in space, because like you can last like 15 seconds in excruciating pain. So if you're
Fine.
just there for 15 seconds and then like you're back inside the spaceship, then like you don't even really need one.
The gel will burn off as you leave the atmosphere, so you're gonna need to find a way to get back.
Yeah, I think with a significant amount of luminescence, like raw luminescence, you could definitely make a spacesuit. Like at really quickly, I did a quick bit of math and I decided 500 nuggets of luminescence. Plus all the other things I said for machinery and tech and first aid cubes. That'll get you there. So you just need to hit it big.
Proto-martyrs had a spacesuit.
What's up?
But the proto-martyrs had a spacesuit.
Probably.
They were thinking about it.
Plus
They had the
0
spacesuit,
spurs if
but
you
not
take
Yeah. They had a spacesuit, but they filled it with explosives. And they had spent all of their like propulsion materials on the like innate explosiveness of all of their stuff.
Well, it can't be
So-
allowed to be captured.
Right. So they didn't have enough to actually get to space. So
Then the people of the Badlands will know how to survive in space.
Let's take a look. So those are the only questions we have. I do see in the chat, Argot Lam says, okay, I just need to find Doc Cyrus. Because he knows how to synthesize luminescence.
Sorry.
Didn't he lie about that?
He figured
No.
out how to do it.
No.
Yeah.
The thing is
okay.
that Juliet will kill you if you try to take him again.
Oh no, you're right. No.
Yeah, just
Wait.
get him to make you a bunch of
Dan is
luminescence
remembering
drugs
correctly.
and
He
get real
lied
high
about-
in
Yeah.
space.
He lied
The
about being
O'Malleys were
able-
like,
As like
the
leverage.
O'Malleys were like, hey, you can synthesize luminescence, right? We're gonna use it for you to make drugs, or we'll kill you. And he was like, I can synthesize luminescence to make drugs.
Oh, I thought that he eventually.
So that was initially,
figure
that was
it out.
way before the podcast or anything like that.
Yeah.
And then they brought him in and they had luminescence and they were like, do stuff with this. And he was like, because the thing he does know how to do isn't synthesize luminescence, it's make stardust from luminescence, which is an extremely potent drug that not a lot of people know.
Yeah, just get real high about it, blink on into space. Boom.
Whoop.
You got a whole 15 seconds. Blink and then blink back. You're fine.
If you
This is
survive both
fine.
of those blinks, you're good.
You need a lot.
You're
of
just gonna have like a
something.
massive amount of radiation and probably some cancer, but that's for future you.
Yeah.
Just try it, Elon Musk.
It's really the burst blood vessels, I think.
I mean, also that, but like you're gonna be able to like heal that over time, at least like partially.
You would hope
You
with your
can be
luminescent
in
powers.
space for a short amount of time.
It's
Definitely.
unpleasant.
I never said it was comfortable. I said that you could do it.
Progress demands suffering.
That's what they say.
Now go to space with your illuminated powers, Gus.
Yeah. Also, having your eyes open in the vacuum of space is one definite way to just immediately lose your eyesight, which is the problem with the whole blink thing because you do.
Oh
have to
God,
see.
I didn't even think about that.
How are you gonna
That's
blink back? Oh
rough.
man.
Okay. So now that we got that under control, I'm gonna do something we've never ever done before.
Ooh.
And you know what? It might not amount to a whole lot, but we got 13 viewers right now.
What?
And last week, y'all may remember that we got raided by another Twitch channel of like.
And I reacted exactly how the meme tells you to. I want you all to remember
Which
that.
So I'm gonna throw to the chat really quick, just in case, because you guys might know better than me. It doesn't look like there's that many channels on Twitch right now that are streaming tabletop RPGs. But I see at least one that I'd be interested in dropping a.
Huh?
Just I don't know any of these channels. So like if you jump in there and it's not for you, that's fine. Move on. It's all good. But they don't have a very active chat right now. They're playing, it looks like maybe it says Miskatonic U, so I assume it's Call of Cthulhu. So I've had some fun playing Call of Cthulhu. These people have a few viewers right now. We might be able to multiply their views by like 1.5, and that feels like something fun we could do.
Hell yeah.
So
Yeah, let's do it.
I'm ready.
unless the chat has, if anyone is like a big fan of another RPG Twitch stream that is going on right now, which again, I only see 8, not including ourselves.
Rate ourselves.
I'm
double our
gonna go ahead
viewership.
and like I said, I've never done. Click this button.
What have you done?
You guys are watching me do this in real time, as I now will click this button, and I think that will make this a raid. I don't know if I'm supposed to stop streaming first. I don't know. We're gonna figure this out, guys. I'm interested in trying it out because it felt really good when our channel got raided by that one RPG group, and I want to keep spreading that love. So drop it in there. Throw some memes in the chat. I don't care. Just give them a little bit of love. We'll see how they react. I don't know these people at all. Start raid. 3, 2, 1, go. Oh. It says we're ready. It says 10 viewers are ready. 11 viewers are ready. There's only one viewer who's not. Oh, everyone's ready. Okay, I'm gonna click it. Raid now. We did it. We did it. I don't know what this is. I've never done this before. I also can't turn up the volume because I think it will leak into our stream.
Biggest problem.
I think you've done it. I think you can stop streaming now.
Yeah, it's important. Yeah, but like,
okay,
like
sweet.
that was stupid, Parker.
Yeah, everyone have
That
some
was
fun in
really
that chat.
stupid.
Say hello. Can I stop? Do I stop streaming?
No,
when
I don't think you get how stupid it was. I know you're saying, that this will, pit your parents against each other, and maybe it might help that girl out, but this could have seriously,
Okay, cool. Yeah.
really messed up your life. I know you don't give a shit about you, but there are other people who give a shit about you.
Oh, that's a cool squid emote.
It's in the general things.
Ooh.
Me, Parker. Don't
Okay,
you
good
realize?
stuff tonight, boys.
Do you even know why we're
Okay,
friends?
cool. Yeah. We can end stream. All right, sweet. Thank you all for jumping in this raid. I'm really excited to spread the love. We love
I
you.
annoyed the shit out of
We're
you
gonna end the
when I was
stream
younger,
tonight. We're gonna
and then I
be
don't
up,
ever let you
next week.
No, Parker, because
I don't
you
even
and
know if
I
anyone
are
can hear
the
me,
same.
but
Yeah.
we're gonna be up
We're
next
both
week.
invisible.
Tuesday the night.
I go
I'm
around
not-
the college.
I guess I'll
around
play
your,
the
you know,
the
your house
outro
is
music
your
just in
janitor,
case. But
and nobody
we're
sees
done.
me because I'm the.
We love
I
you all.
think
Bye.
I get it. I'm the weird
Been
guy.
something?
You know.
We've been-
I don't know.
and